Conclusion we've come to from that is that there's a significant spherical aberration appears to be present in the optics.
And that we should be able to fix it in our insurance program.
With that first servicing mission, maybe the future of the entire agency was at stake.
11, 10, 9, and we have a go for main engine start.
There were people who bailed out. They didn't want to have anything more to do with NASA or with Hubble, just thinking we weren't up to doing this job.
And we have liftoff. Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an ambitious mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
Hubble and the Space Shuttle were blood brothers from the very beginning. The shuttle was designed and built to launch and service Hubble Space Telescope, and Hubble was designed to fit into the payload bay of the Space Shuttle. And all of those interactions that led to that commonality between the two took place in the early 1970s. And NASA made a specific decision to make the Hubble Space Telescope shuttle compatible so that it could be serviced by having a permanent observatory in space. You can do the same thing that you do in permanent observatories on the ground, on mountaintops. Keep them up to date, keep them refreshed, keep them working at the frontiers of science. Everybody was really excited to see the first images, see what the universe really does look like when it's crisp and sharp. However, the problem was we couldn't focus it. Try as we may, the spacecraft was working fine, everything was working fine, the instruments were working fine, but somehow the telescope was getting blurry images. And after a lot of trepidation, first of all, and a lot of public ridicule, it just turned out that there had been a manufacturing error that had left the primary mirror of Hubble, had left it too flat. They took off too much glass. So by just a fraction of the width of a human hair, actually, but that was enough to prevent you from focusing the telescope. It was very embarrassing. A lot of people didn't want to admit that they worked on Hubble or even that they worked for NASA. Emails flew around within the astronomical community about how inept NASA was and so forth. But there was a core group of people that wouldn't give up because we thought the dream of putting a large aperture telescope above the Earth's atmosphere to be able to see the universe as it really is for the first time. That dream was worth pursuing. We shouldn't give up on the dream just because we stumbled along the way. The primary camera on Hubble, when it was launched, was called Wide Field and Planetary Camera with PIC. And that was supposed to produce the best imagery from the telescope. Ed Weiler, who was the program scientist at NASA headquarters, had long pushed for a backup to WIPIC. Let's build a clone, a second version. So if anything happened to the original WIPIC, we would have a backup that we could just plug in. So WIPIC 2 was in the process of being built at the time Hubble was originally launched. All you got to do is regrind those mirrors to correct for spherical aberration, put them at their original location, and they will image the pupil, that is the picture of the primary mirror, they'll image that and correct it. So by the time the light gets back to your light sensors, the sensors will never know there was spherical aberration. It'll be a perfectly focused image. That's well and good, but we got to correct all the instruments, 5 scientific instruments on board Hubble. It's not good enough just to correct one. We've got to do all of Hubble science. They came up with a device called COSTAR, Corrected Optic Space Telescope Axial Replacement. The COSTAR had a deployable axle with a motor. You could deploy it out, and it would have on it pairs of little mirrors. The largest was about the size of a quarter. And these could individually correct spherical aberration in the beam of the telescope before the light went into the remaining 3 axial instruments. We had the means now in hand to correct the spherical aberration. And because Hubble could be serviced, this wasn't a problem. This was not a failure in the end. It was a brilliant NASA success. I was a part of the Hubble project management team. So I spent the entire servicing mission on duty, about 12-hour shifts each day. If anything went wrong, and certainly some things did go wrong, there were contingencies that arose. The management and engineering staff that was together there at Johnson, we needed to figure out what to do and what the level of risk versus gain was. We monitored what the astronauts were doing moment by moment during their spacewalks out into the payload bay of the shuttle. And then when there were, 2 or 3 situations that came up, that required management input. I was the scientist part of that team, and my job really was just to keep everybody scientifically honest. Let's do the right thing to maximize the science that we're hoping to get. Right now it's looking very, very good that we've accomplished all we needed to accomplish for the optical correction of HST. And that's good news for astronomy. And it's good news for NASA to get over this little episode in our history. After shuttle Endeavour landed, all of us went home for Christmas. It took a little while, it took a few weeks, but we got the first images down in the very late December, and they were gorgeous. They were spot on, well-focused, beautiful images. The best that engineering could accomplish and that the laws of physics allow. For the first time in all of human history, Hubble made it possible to clearly see the universe, to see what it was like, unblurred, undistorted by the Earth's atmosphere. It was like just opening our eyes for the first time. I was just a kid from a farming town in Illinois. I could go out at night and the sky was so dark I could clearly see the Milky Way. And I really loved the stars and the sky. And so from age 10, I wanted to be an astronomer. And I think of the different forks in the road and the path I took, and I could have gone here rather than there. I was just so lucky to end up here at this time with the Hubble project basically just getting started. And I became very devoted to it. And I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of all the people. I'm very proud of what we accomplished as a large team. I think it's just an honor that somehow in my life, I was able to find or somehow led to something that turned out to be one of the most important things in human history. Who's gonna last longer, the telescope or me? And I'd like to think that we're gonna both last at least a few decades longer. And I think Hubble will last at least another decade. Yeah. We have an unofficial motto in the HST project, conscious expectation of the unexpected. And I believe it's a very apt motto. I believe that the most exciting things to come from the HST will be those that we can't even describe to you today. But come back in 1990 or 1995 and we'll tell you all about it. Thank you.
Well, that's brings back a lot of memories on the Hubble Space Telescope, and all the kind of nail biting that happened during that time. And I'm sure that David Levy and David Eicher remember it well as anybody that was paying attention to space exploration at the time. I'm glad that they were able to fix it. Many of us got to meet Story Musgrave, who was a heroic astronaut who did the servicing missions and put in the instrumentation correctly to make it all work. And I just remember seeing those first images come through, which were just unbelievable. But even when the telescope was producing soft images from spherical aberration, they had invented some software that is still being used by amateur astronomers today to sharpen up images. I think that It was initially called maximum entropy deconvolution, MED software, and Ajay Sagal, I think, put this software out, and amateur astronomers were able to make great use of that, and it sharpened up softened images from bad seeing conditions, maybe some spherical aberration or something in their own telescopes, and and then you started to see images from amateur astronomers that has continuously built to be images that wow even professional astronomers with the best instrumentation. So we are, as Iker and I often say, we're living in the golden age of astronomy, and much of it has to do with what amateur astronomers can do with relatively inexpensive equipment. They make images that they compare directly to Hubble Space Telescope. They find exoplanets. They are making all kinds of discoveries. And it takes people like Mr. Levy here, who is so persistent in making observations and writing down those observations. That kind of dedication leads to discovery. And so anyways, welcome to the 166th Global Star Party. Astronomy, a unique history is the theme, and we've got a great lineup for you today. And at this moment, I'm sitting here with my co-hosts, and we're about to introduce another co-host, the Astronomical League, but we're going to turn it over to David Levy right now.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And this is a very special theme we have this week, the history of astronomy. And as the oldest of the sciences, I don't think you can do better than studying the history of astronomy, because the history of astronomy is, in a way, the history of humanity's understanding of the night sky. And it's very, very special to be able to be here tonight and to be part of this. And I know that the Hubble is a very important part of that history, but so is Tycho Brahe, who discovered a supernova in 1572, and then 5 years later, a great comet in 1577. So is the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, for many decades, the largest telescope in the world. I was invited to give a lecture at the opening of the 200-inch telescope, but I couldn't quite make it because I didn't have my driver's license there. I was 11 days old at the opening of the 200-inch telescope. But whenever I go by it right now, there's a tear in my eye because of what that telescope looks like. Boy, is it a wonderful masterpiece. It may not be the biggest in the world anymore, but it's up there. For my quotation today, I'm going to go all the way back to 1295, before there were telescopes, before Galileo, before Shakespeare, all the way to Dante, who in La Vita Nuova wrote these words. In that book, which is my memory, on the first page, that is the chapter when I first met you, appear the words, "Here begins a new life." Thank you, and back to you, Scotty.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you always find the right poem, and you're working on a book of astronomical poetry. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And while you bring up that subject, the book that I finished before this one has just been out. Let me see if I can give it to you. It is called Stargazers.
Oh,
And
wow.
it even says Stargazers when it's reversed, but it's Finding Joy in the Night Sky. It is based on a column that I write, and it is now available. But anyway, back to you, Scotty.
Well, congratulations. That's great. And I
Thank
assume
you.
people could buy that on Amazon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. I'll try to find the link and put it into the chat here. All right. So I know that David had to run off. He's got another talk to give to another group, but he'll be back. Um, at this moment, I'm going to bring on the Astronomical League and the president of the Astronomical League, Chuck Allen. They have been with us for since almost the beginning of the Global Star Party, which I was looking up on our index, and it has been this August. It will be 5 years of Global Star Party. So that's it's been a pleasure to do all these and share all of this with all of you, and it's been wonderful to have the Astronomical League by our side this entire time. So Chuck, thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Well, thank you, Scott. And obviously, it's been wonderful having you by our side all these years. Many of you out there may not be aware that for now about 33 years, we've had a program called the National Young Astronomer Award that recognizes young high school students engaged in incredible levels of astronomical research and discovery. And Scott has been our loyal, faithful sponsor for our awards ever since the second year of those awards in 1994. And we're deeply, deeply appreciative of that, Scott.
It's just been amazing to see the great work that those young people do. So it's if you haven't been to an astronomical league and seen these awards and met these young people that do this research, then you definitely got to go, and you'll have that chance coming up pretty soon at Bryce Canyon.
And I want to address that for just a second, and I'll start sharing here. If I can find the right program here. Okay. Our convention at Bryce Canyon is selling out rather fast, as we might expect from such an incredible location. The convention is being held at Ruby's Inn, right at the entrance to Bryce Canyon National Park, which is a spectacular national park in southern Utah, where many other national parks are within easy driving distance. And I'm told by our convention chair, Lowell Lyon, that we only have 100 registrations left before we reach a maximum. There are just under 100 rooms left in the hotel in the room block, and the room block closes on April 20th and the rooms are released. So if you want to go, we're about 3/4 full now, so you might want to register as soon as possible. Again, this is a beautiful place to be. We'll be observing under Bortle 1 skies, and it's a great opportunity also for travel. I'm going to just talk briefly tonight about a topic that I have no business whatsoever talking about, especially since David Levy was just with us. And I've known David for several decades now, and there is no finer astronomer and comet discoverer than he is. But I am going to talk a little bit about comets. Many of you recently had an opportunity back in October to observe Chushin-Chang Atlas, the comet that dominated the news during the fall. This is a comet that came from deep, deep space, from the Oort cloud, which we'll talk about in just a moment, from a maximum distance that's actually rivaling that of Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the sun. It'll be back. If you missed it, just wait 80 million years and you'll have another shot at it. This comet is evidence of history in astronomy, because comets have been observed for a long time. And the earliest comets that were recorded in history were recorded about 1000 BC in China. And about 500 years later, the Greeks regarded them as wandering planets. Aristotle thought they were what he described as exhalations in the upper atmosphere. And for a while, comets were thought to be atmospheric phenomena, not phenomena coming from space. And in the 1200s, Thomas Aquinas and Roger Bacon regarded comets as evil omens associated with bad things that might occur. Well, since we're talking about history tonight, there's certainly a lot of history here that I've already mentioned, but you can see records of it in places like Bayeux in France. They have a big, long tapestry there that was created very shortly after the Norman invasion in 1066. And depicted in it is this segment that contains an image of Halley's Comet. And again, this was recorded sometime within a few years after the Norman invasion. It was a commissioned work. And in 1456, the apparition of Halley's Comet ignited European astronomy. And this was coming out of the Renaissance, or at the beginning of the Renaissance, when scientists were more free to come up with theories without being burned at the stake. And in 1610, Sir William Lower concluded from his studies that comets followed elliptical orbits that came from far out and came in close to the sun and sometimes close to the Earth. This was about 1610. Then in 1682, Edmund Halley came along, and in 1705, he predicted the return of the comet that had appeared in 1682. And he predicted it would return in 1758, and of course, this famous comet did so. The second person to predict the return of a comet was Johann Encke, who predicted the return of a comet that has a very short period of 3.3 years, comet 2P Encke. And in the 1860s, the first spectra were taken of comets by Giovanni Donati and William Huggins, and detected carbon compounds in comets for the first time. But the big year that came was 1950 and 51, when scientists began to conclude that comets were perhaps icy conglomerates, that they were formed from dust and rock and ices of various kinds. And from those studies, they determined that water, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrogen, cyanogen, and other carbon compounds were present in these comets, and that many of them came from deep space, from that Oort cloud I mentioned earlier, and that we will still talk about in a moment. The structure of a comet that you can often see in pictures, of course, is the nucleus, which is usually under 12 miles in diameter, though not always. They're composed of 70% ices and about 25% rock and dust. Now, the purpose of my talk tonight is going to be to let you visit the nuclei of comets, because we've done that a number of times. So I'll hold off on that and just point out some other features of comets that we observe in the sky, which are the hydrogen coma in front of the comet, the hydrogen envelope that surrounds it, the gas tail or plasma tail that always points directly opposite the sun from the comet, and the dust tail, which is being pushed back by solar wind, but not quite as directly from the comet's nucleus as the lighter gases are. And here's another image showing the direction from which sunlight is coming, pushing the gas tail directly away and pushing the dust tail, but not quite as effectively because it's more massive, of course. And this is just a diagram of a typical elliptical orbit showing the comet moving in toward the sun, its gas tail always pointing directly away from the sun, and the dust tail being pushed toward that direction, but not quite as fast again. There's also something called an anti-tail that I captured in this photograph, which was just taken with a 200 millimeter lens. And the anti-tail has been dubbed by many people to be an optical illusion, as if it were simply a fan draped backwards from the comet of the dust tail. But it's really simply the direction from which the comet came. So you can imagine the comet moving along that path and leaving dust in its wake, although there's some debate about this still. Comets come in different periods. There are short period comets and long period comets. And among the short period comets that generally return in less than 200 years along their elliptical orbits, you have about 73 so-called Encke type comets. These orbit well inside Jupiter. They come near the sun and go out almost to Jupiter. Comet Encke here has a period of just 3.3 years. and moves out to roughly the distance of Jupiter, a little bit less. Then we have Jupiter family comets. There are about 815 of these known. Here's a typical one, Comet 9P Tempel 1. These generally have periods of under 20 years and have their origins in two locations. And one of the famous Jupiter family comets was, of course, one that was discovered by David Levy, Carolyn, and Eugene Shoemaker in 1993, and that was Comet Shoemaker-Levy. That in 1994, rather in 1992, broke apart, and then in 1994 slammed into Jupiter, each piece creating a very significant blemish. These would have been practically extinction level events had they hit the Earth, so we should be thankful for Jupiter for intercepting it, perhaps. But Jupiter certainly dominates much of what goes on among the Jupiter family planets. Here is a diagram that shows the inner planets out to Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. These green dots here are called centaurs. There are about 44,000 centaurs known, and some of them are comets, cometary bodies. And out further, the Kuiper belt beyond Neptune, another source for many of the Jupiter family comets. However, as you move out to Halley-type comets, these are comets that have periods between 20 and 200 years. And they come from further out. They come from a place called the Oort cloud that I've referred to before. And if you can imagine the entire solar system being subsumed in this little tiny box in here, you get an idea of just how amazingly large this Oort cloud is. It extends from a location about 66 times further than Neptune out to a distance of over 3 light years. And it's full of icy bodies that can be disrupted simply by passing too close to other icy bodies and fall in toward the sun and become the comets we see. There are also long period comets, and here, before I go on, here's a side view of sort of a logarithmic scale showing the location of the Oort cloud. Here you have Neptune at about 30 astronomical units away. That's 30 times the distance from the Earth to the sun. Here you have Voyager at about 150 astronomical units. The Oort cloud begins at 1,000 astronomical units and extends all the way out to 100,000 astronomical units. So it's a vast cloud left over from the formation of the solar system. Well, here is a comet, 2017 T2 Pan-STARRS, which is one of these long period comets. It has a period of it reaches a distance of 74,000 astronomical units from the sun. And that is exceptional distance. And therefore, it has a very, very long period. It returns every 7 million years, very similar to the comet I showed you at the very beginning. We also have occasional visitors that are going too fast and come from interstellar space and leave again. Oumuamua in 2017 that created all of that, all those news articles about possible visitors from other stars pass through the solar system. Many believe it's a cometary body from interstellar space, and it won't return. Well, I told you that we would look at cometary nuclei. By the way, this is an artist's conception of the shape of Oumuamua, although that too is somewhat theoretical. And here is an image of Comet Halley in 1986. And we sent a probe to visit Comet Halley when it appeared. This was not the best apparition Comet Halley's ever had, certainly, but we sent a Giotto probe to visit it and got this image of its nucleus. This nucleus is about 9 miles long, 5 miles wide on average, and it's an icy conglomerate. Think of a rubble pile with ices underneath. And when solar heat and radiation, especially ultraviolet radiation, strikes it, the ices sublime, shoot out from under the rubble and create these gaseous jets that you see here. And of course, that gives rise to the coma around the nucleus, which then gets pushed backward by the sun's solar wind and becomes the tail of the comet. And the tail of this comet from this little 9-mile nucleus was over 60 million miles long. Well, then in 2001, we sent a Deep Space One probe to fly by comet 19P Borrelli. This nucleus was 5 miles by 2.5 by 2.5. This comet whips around the sun every 6.8 years and is a Jupiter family comet, meaning that it moves out to approximately the orbit of Jupiter before it returns toward the sun. Then in 2004, we sent the Stardust mission to comet 81P Wild, and that's how it's pronounced, a German name, Wild. This is another short period, 6.4-year period comet that moves out to roughly 400 million miles before coming back toward the sun. The Stardust mission actually flew through the coma of the comet and returned particles from the comet's coma to a landing in Utah in 2006. And those particles have been studied, and they have been found to contain organic molecules, stable nitrogen, and crystalline silicates, which kind of surprised them because you need a substantial amount of heat to create silicates. And that heat either occurred because of some shock event that occurred in the comet, or perhaps because this comet had its origin closer in toward the sun than is currently expected. Oxygen and water were also detected in those particles. Then in 2005, the Deep Impact mission was sent to comet 9P Tempel 1. This nucleus is about 5 by 3 miles in size. This is another Jupiter family comet that orbits the sun every 6.5 years. And what happened, we sent this vehicle toward the comet. This is the nucleus from another view, but now I'll show you the mission after I show you these views. And the mission was this. As the spacecraft approached the comet, an impactor separated, and as the impactor moved toward the nucleus, the main vehicle photographed the comet during this impact. And they got this image of the actual moment of impact on July 4th, 2005, and what better day to have a nice explosion. It left a crater, by the way, about 250 meters wide and 30 meters deep on the comet as photographed by the main vehicle as it flew by. We also sent the Deep Impact spaceflight on to another comet after it left Comet Tempel. It went on to Comet 103P Hartley, arriving in 2010, and got within 435 miles of this nucleus, which is 1 mile long by about 3/4 of a mile. And here's another image of that, showing the gaseous jets emanating from under the rubble on the surface as the heat and radiation from the sun sublimes the gases, the ices underneath. Perhaps one of the great missions was a visit to Comet 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko. This occurred in 2014, and it contained a lander called the Philae lander that was going to go down to the surface of the comet. But here are some views as the spacecraft neared the comet. It's a bilobular comet, as you can see, and you see jets emanating from it to the upper left. Here's another view and another faint jet emanating from the saddle. And here is a view, a close-up view of the surface. And another view that I think is really spectacular, looking into the saddle into a canyon on the surface of the comet. Now, the lander was supposed to drop down very, very slowly because the gravity on this comet is very low. And so it had to land very, very slowly. And there were some ice screws that were supposed to embed themselves in the surface, but they failed. And so the Philae lander bounced a couple of times and took 2 more hours to come back down to the surface. And when it did, it landed in a crack, and the crack was in a shadow. And so it lost solar energy pretty quickly. And a lot of the information that would have been obtained from that was lost. But again, there was detection of water vapor, formaldehyde, methanol, and other organic compounds on the comet. And the comet was found to have a dust layer about 8 inches thick. And molecular oxygen was found on the surface of the comet as well, which was interesting. here's an actual image taken of the activity that the Rosetta mission obtained when it was near the comet. You see here a flurry of what looks like snow, which is really, of course, particles being driven by the jets off the surface. The ice jets, as they sublime, drive material into space above the comet. Some of the streaks, I'm told, are actually the recordings of cosmic rays striking the camera. But then we have an oddball, Comet 95P Chiron, and this is classified as both a minor planet or asteroid and as a comet. And it orbits just to the inside of Jupiter's orbit and then back out to approximately beyond Uranus's orbit. So it doesn't come anywhere near the sun. And this is an image of its orbit, but it's technically regarded as a comet, only its size is enormous, 75 miles by 65 by 42 miles, vastly larger than most of the other comet nuclei you've seen earlier. And it even has a ring system, which is rather amazing. And so finally, just comparing some sizes of nuclei, here you see a number of the comets that I've talked about tonight, 81 Wild in the upper right corner, 19P Borrelli in the lower right, Comet Tempel 1 on the left, 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko in the upper left, and then the much bigger nucleus of Halley's Comet in the middle. But as you can see here, second from the left, Halley's Comet compared to a few other comets that are much larger, including Hale-Bopp, which had a whopping 46-mile nucleus and produced an incredible display, the best comet of my lifetime, certainly, back in the 1990s. So that's it, Scott, and I'll turn it back over to you. Scott?
Sorry?
Yeah.
I often turn myself off so I don't make any kind of strange noises in the background. But you did talk about the AstroCon that's coming up at Bryce Canyon. I do want to mention also, before we leave with the Astronomical League, that it is the world's largest federation of astronomy clubs. They have over 300 clubs under their umbrella, and I think they're at 25,000 plus members right now, which is amazing. And you know, it is a wonderful organization. They recognize and support both young and old astronomers, people who've done lifetime contributions, you know, with the Leslie Peltier Award. They have the Wilhelmina Fleming Award, which is an astrophotography award specifically.
Both of which you sponsor.
Both of which I sponsor. That's true. I love these awards, but they do many other awards, and you know, including web design and all kinds of recognitions for people in astronomy clubs and individual efforts and that kind of thing. I don't think there's any other organization that comes close to what the League does in this regard. So you know, it's our hats off to the League, and if you're not already a member, you can go to astroleague.org and join as a member at large from anywhere in the world, or you can join one of the member clubs and automatically become a League member. So many benefits. Our next speaker is, I think it is, I'm sorry, I only made the schedule myself. It is John Briggs. John Briggs is from the Astronomical Lyceum, which is a museum, like a private museum, full of amazing telescopes and books and artifacts and stuff that John Briggs curates. John is known around the world for his ability to repair and enhance some of the most historic telescopes that are out there. And he has been past president of the Antique Telescope Society. He is one of the leaders of the Enchanted Skies Star Party, which is going to happen this October. He is also secretary of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. John, thank you very much for coming on to Global Star Party again.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
That is great. I had some trouble connecting from rural internet here in New Mexico, and I kind of look like the nucleus to Halley's Comet, at least on my computer right now. So I apologize for the questionable video quality. I hope, however, that when I play my presentation that I pre-recorded, it might come through more clearly for you. And can I share my screen
Yes,
and
of course.
then try running it for you? And then
Let's
maybe we
go.
can have some questions afterwards.
Sure. Are you
I
in the
see a
Lyceum right now, John?
Yes, I am. I came in from
Okay.
home because I turns out today I found out I need a new modem at home about
Oh,
3 miles away, or router or whatever it is, DSL.
yeah.
I see a share screen button.
Yes.
Do I press that?
And you press that, and then you pick the window that you want to share, and then you have to
Thank you.
commit to it.
And is there a way that I press a button for share? Yeah, share sound. There it is.
Yeah. There you go.
There. You begin to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, folks, because I don't do that this often. Slideshow. From beginning, let's see if it works.
And it does.
Oh, maybe I forgot to record sound for the introduction, so I'll say something, then let it rip. The
Okay.
this is actually a derivative presentation for something I did recently for the Astronomical Society of the Philippines, and I meant for it to advance automatically, but I am going to figure out how to. There we go.
I grew up in rural
There we go.
Massachusetts in New England. The nearby city, Fall River, was 30 minutes away. It was at the height of the space race in the 1960s, and I was interested enough in grade school to be learning the constellations and using binoculars. But even before I got a book to help me, I couldn't help but notice with amazement and longing something special in this Fall River landmark. It was the Durfee High School building dating from the 1880s. It was an imposing sight to a little kid passing by in a car, but there it was, high up on a mysterious tower. And I knew what it was, an actual observatory with a big dome. How I wondered what it was like inside. What could the telescope show? How could I visit it someday? These were big and difficult questions to a grade school kid who, most of the time passing by, was being driven to something like a dental appointment by his mother. Only some years later did I learn it was an 8-inch Clark refractor on a Warner and Swasey mounting. In time, a long time, I came to know it very specifically, perhaps better than anyone. Another experience that greatly stimulated my curiosity was when driving outside of Providence, Rhode Island, my father and I noticed a sign to Seagrave Observatory. I was still just a kid, but we turned and discovered it. It was closed, so we could only wonder. But I never forgot it, and when I became old enough to drive, I returned. It wasn't much farther away than Fall River.
I learned that the observatory housed an 8-inch refracting telescope made by Alvin Clark and Sons that had been built in 1878. Also with it was a solar spectroscope made by John Browning in London about the same time the telescope was new.
Probably my biggest lucky break, however, was after I became a junior member of a local astronomy club. The older guys seemed like titans of science to me. They had just graduated college. I was just out of 6th grade. But they let me and other young members travel with them to the famous weekend campout in Vermont, the Stellafane Convention of Amateur Telescope Making. It was an amazing experience to an impressionable kid like me. That year, there was a very special emphasis on history in the program. I discovered that science involved a whole community of interesting people. It was social, and you don't learn that from homework problems. So the hook for astronomy was set deeply in me at Stellafane, and I kept learning what I could from old books, and I would see pictures like this, these old black and white pictures, and they were amazing to me. Pictures of observatories and telescopes, historical things, but the images to me seemed almost dreamlike. Hard to describe, but these images like these really make quite an impression. Here's another famous image, of course, of the Yerkes refractor at Yerkes Observatory. The sort of image that just invokes a certain wonder. Could a place like this still exist? Could it still be real? When you see pictures only in black and white, of course, they don't seem quite so real. It's almost dreamlike. Books like these showed me those kinds of pictures and made me want to learn more. This was a 2-volume astronomy textbook that came out in the 1920s, and later on, when I met astronomy professors, some of them said that, oh, the astronomy textbook by Russell, Dugan, and Stewart, that was the best one that was ever written, at least from their perspective, some of my mentors. You could find such things inexpensively in used bookstores, and I started collecting them. And there'd be little pictures like this inserted, certainly capturing my attention. Often old books are autographed by the previous owners. One of those textbooks is signed John W. Evans. Only years later did I come to understand that John Evans was a Harvard-educated astronomer who became a founding director of the National Solar Observatory. He was a very famous solar physicist. It's funny how signatures can count for a lot. When we happen to meet special people, it's so common to want an autograph. It's a memento of something we want to remember, but with a special human connection. Nearly 30 years ago, I heard that Dr. Harrison Schmidt was speaking at an elementary school near Albuquerque. I bundled my wife and little kids in the car for the long ride to hear him. He's the nicest man. He volunteered a wonderful talk, signed autographs, and posed for pictures like this one, So here's a man from Apollo 17 who walked on the moon, embracing my two children. Young Anna maybe didn't get the big deal, but my gosh, how cool was this? Imagine how I feel having the image. But jumping back to the kinds of things that inspired my curiosity so strongly, here's another neat old book recording the early accomplishments of Mount Wilson Observatory. Check it out. It was written by none other than George Ellery Hale, and it's illustrated with the kinds of images that provoked particular wonder in my youth. I couldn't fully appreciate then what a hero of 20th century astronomy Hale had been, but even a young amateur noticed that the Palomar 200-inch was named after him. Saturn, on page 8, just as today, the most seductively engaging object at a public star party. Mysterious and complex attachments to a telescope. An odd observatory appearing much like an Egyptian pyramid as anything else. An inscrutable solar telescope. Finally, a grand telescope that is at least recognizable. An astronomer, allegedly observing at a monstrous telescope, but standing at what seemed like the end of a dangerous diving board. Only much later did I understand how a bent Cassegrain focus worked. Perhaps what made these images especially significant to me was that many images like them, and actual artifacts for Mount Wilson, practically littered the Stellafane Observatory clubhouse, a site that was becoming personally familiar to me. It was perhaps distant, but I was building my own experiential connection to Mount Wilson. Anyway, by 9th grade, I had a chance to experience an observatory that left an impression I could never forget. It was the original but essentially abandoned 1875 facility of the former Abbott Academy, a girls' school in Andover, Massachusetts. I gained permission and a key to enter and use it several times. It was like stepping into a time machine. The 5-inch telescope made by Elvin Clark and Sons was dusty but in working order. The mounting had setting circles with fine scales on silver read with verniers and magnifiers. The dome rolled on cannonballs in cast iron tracks. The clockwork had been modified maybe in the 1930s, but everything else was exactly as seen in this image from the early 20th century that I discovered only recently. By day, I looked at New England mill buildings on the horizon, and at night, it's a view of Saturn that I remember best. Using the telescope, I was alone.
Classic telescopes are often signed like paintings or books or other things that are autographed. Elvin Clark and Sons, 1895, Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. This was a 5-inch, and the focuser's been unscrewed to make it easier to see the signature.
And to this 6¼ inch from the same year. We can consider the objective to be the heart of a refracting telescope, but signatures like these are the souls. The hands-on pride of workmanship from the brilliant makers comes through to touch us personally from well over a century ago. Well, it came to pass that, as a young man, I myself got to live and work at Mount Wilson, operating the 60-inch telescope for the long-running HK project. It involved using a spectrophotometer to monitor the activity cycles of chromospherically active stars. Finally, all the dreamy black and white images I had admired over the years became a colorful real-life reality. This was in the late 1980s, and much of Mount Wilson remained unmodified from its original days. For example, the dome machinery operated by sparking Frankenstein movie-like knife switches and other marvelous features. You had to be careful. Although I've had many adventures connecting to astronomical history, I want to finally jump to a description of activities we have going on now at an informal facility we have in New Mexico called the Astronomical Lyceum. Here's inside. The building, dating from 1936, was originally a local school gymnasium and theater. Now it serves as a combination museum, warehouse, lab, library, and lecture hall. It's also an informal headquarters for our local Magdalena Astronomical Society. It's become rather a clutter of telescopes and related artifacts. Some of them are very historic, and everything has an associated story. We can only touch on a few now, I'm afraid. Among the oldest instruments is a 6-inch refractor made circa 1855 by Henry Fitz of New York. Among the most special is a 3-inch refractor, of a form very similar to the Fitz. But this 3-inch is actually quite a bit older and actually set the example for the morphology of these things. But what makes it so special is its signature, pronouncing it in English, Utzschneider and Fraunhofer in Munich. We have undergraduate and graduate students of astronomy visit the Lyceum from schools like Austin College and University of Virginia. Any physics or astronomy student has heard of Fraunhofer and his pioneering role in the history of spectroscopy. It's wonderful allowing them to see firsthand an actual instrument from Fraunhofer's famous workshop. Students are impressed by experience like this. Student visits are thus the most important things accomplished at the Lyceum. Students react with surprising enthusiasm and is very gratifying. It's become clear to me how powerful sharing the, quote, material culture, unquote, of science can be educationally, to use the words of current specialists. Going back to our early discussion of signatures and autographs, it's simply neat and somehow especially moving to have evidence of human connection spanning time. We must use our imagination, inspired by the image, signature, or engraving before us, to consider how Fraunhofer himself was once in the presence of this artifact, as we are now. It's an education beyond what's possible from a typical homework problem. We can consider again the examples of a few books. Here are more of those old illustrations that seem to have made such an impression upon me. They're from this volume, printed by Warner and Swasey, the great builder of late 19th and early 20th century telescopes. This copy was kindly given to me recently by Perry Rose, mentioned before as a student in Curia's first year. But look, it's autographed. Closer, it's none other than George Ellery Hale, the founding director of Yerkes and Mount Wilson observatories, for whom the 200-inch was named. Hale started with his own backyard 12-inch refractor at Kenwood Observatory, mounted by Warner and Swasey in 1891, and Charles Young was the featured speaker at the dedication. Only 6 years later, Hale was in charge of the mammoth Warner and Swasey 40-inch at Yerkes. What an association, as they say, to have in a signature. Let's return to the little book I described before for its dreamy photograph, 10 years' work. Look, it too signed by Hale, a presentation copy. Hale was proud of his book and what it represented. To Thomas A. Edison, with the compliments of George E. Hale, October 28th, 1915. What a cool book to have.
Wow.
And if you're in the American Southwest, please consider visiting us at the Astronomical Lyceum if you can tolerate a more informal than normal museum experience. Thank you very much for your attention in this presentation. Hey, and as a PS, I want to insert this photo that was recorded inside the Lyceum just a couple days ago of the big project that we have going on. We're setting up a giant optical bench there, or optical rail, that came surplus from Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It's an optical bench made by Ascania in Germany, and it's about 30 feet long, and it's steel. It's like a lathe bed, and it was used at JPL for testing camera lenses on many of the space missions that we grew up with. But we have it now. It was sold at public auction. It was essentially given away. But we have it here in New Mexico to test telescopes and historic optics, and we're very excited about it. We've been working on it for a long time, and so I look forward to sharing more information about how we're going to try to use this resource in fun ways here in New Mexico. Hey, thanks again for your attention.
Wow. This was a
Yay.
great presentation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I guess I end the screen sharing.
Yeah, you can end the screen sharing, but
Let's see.
um,
End it. Yeah, there it is. But there's
got
there's my email address and various our Star Party website, which is going to be maybe reactivated soon or whatever. But anyway, thanks. And I hope you
Wow.
saw it better than I'm seeing myself right now.
No, it was great. It was
Good,
wonderful.
good.
I was shocked. I mean, not shocked, but in awe of seeing that autograph book to Thomas Edison from George Ellery Hale. I mean,
Well,
wow.
let me look. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Well, let me tell you the story.
Okay.
Briefly, but you cut me off. I know we got to keep an eye on the time, and you know how I could go. The book was given to me by the widow of an astronomer,
Okay.
and neither she, relatively recently, neither she nor I realized that it was signed like that. And so I brought the book back home to New Mexico and was very happy to have it, was thumbing through it
Oh
and
my
bumped into
gosh.
that signature and, nearly blew a gasket. But that's, if that's not enough, let me tell you this part. So it happens that more recently, essentially, I acquired yet another copy of the book, and
Okay.
I'm trying to make piles of duplicates because a lot of these things are given to me, and sometimes as part of large collections. And I actually took this second copy of 10 years' work and had it
Hmm.
in my hand to throw in the box as a duplicate to eventually sell because I need bookcases and I need some other things to maintain this place. And I'm working on that. and I
Yeah.
got a lot of duplicates. Anyway, and but then I thumbed through it just a little bit more than I had taken the time to do it, and I realized, oh my gosh, it was also signed by George Ellery Hale. But yeah, but there's more. There's more.
But wait,
The
folks,
thing,
there's more.
yeah, thing is, it said more than just George Ellery Hale. It
Okay.
said it said to the president. Now, this copy had been in the AVSO
Wait a minute.
library.
Like the president?
Well, that's just what it said. But sometimes my wheels turn a little slowly, because it's this is New Mexico. Things are casual. The air is thin. So I'm thinking, well, who is the president of AVSO in 1915? But they never really used the term president very much then and now. And then I was thinking, okay, well, who is the president of Caltech? Or maybe it was at Throop Institute or whatever it was in 1915 when the book was published. And finally, nothing made sense. It occurred to me, wait a second, uh, who was president of the United States? I didn't know. So I Googled it, and it was Woodrow Wilson. And so then I'm sitting here in the Lyceum with my cell phone, and I type into Google George Ellery Hale, Woodrow Wilson, and search. And then I hit a big jackpot because at Caltech, or actually it's at Huntington Library, there's a big, big archive of correspondence between Hale and Woodrow Wilson. Because Hale, they had including correspondence about the progress of the observatory. And Hale was very interested in National Academy of Sciences, and that was being renovated under Hale's supervision. So there's no doubt in my mind that this other copy that was destined for my duplicate box, until I hesitated a minute, is actually a copy like to the president. And so you never know what fun you have investigating these things. And I could go on with stories, but these issues, these things are the storytelling is very, very engaging with students. And it's a lot of fun to try to engage them when they visit. And that is why it's important to preserve astronomical history.
Yes.
So there.
Yeah. Well, I could wholeheartedly agree. Our audience is enjoying this very much, John. Thank you so much. And I know that this gentleman right here, David Eicher, also would enjoy going through some of your artifacts at the Lyceum as
It was
well.
so nice. David and I saw each other very recently at David Levy's house near Tucson.
For the
And that was
You were
that was
picking up the Schmidt camera.
the
I bet.
Schmidt camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
It
So
had been a long time, John, since we'd seen each other. So it was great to see you
Yeah.
again. And we'll have to head over and hang out in New Mexico.
Thank you very much. Well, thank
All
you for
right.
the opportunity to share. I don't want to abuse your time limit, Scott.
Well, this is a special program. We haven't really focused too much on astronomical history, and I'm so happy that you shared what you know with us. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Well, I'm not going to say that David Eicher is living history, but no. But this guy has been working on publications devoted to astronomy since he was a teenager. I think at age like 15 years old, he was already publishing something I think called Deep Sky Monthly, and which became a regular magazine. And then he goes on to work at Astronomy magazine. He wrote a bunch of books. He's still writing. He's still doing. His whole life has been steeped in sharing astronomical knowledge, and we're very lucky to have him on so often on Global Star Party. David is also very instrumental in organizing what I think is probably the greatest astronomy outreach event in the world, which is Starmus. And so not only is he involved with the most popular and widely published magazine, which is Astronomy Magazine, but this Starmus event as well. So, David, thank you for all that you do.
Well, thank you,
And thank you
Scott,
for
and
being here.
Thanks for having me. And boy, that's cool stuff from John, isn't it?
It is. It
That
is. I
is
was like,
amazing because
I'm glad I fixed some of the resolution, the video that I broadcast here. I was able to sharpen it up, and you could see those signatures pretty clearly. So I hope you guys enjoyed that.
well, and I have that same disease, handling the things that have been handled by those great influencers in the
Oh
past.
yeah.
That's the direct molecular connection we have to those people and to the great events of history. So that is really, really cool stuff that
Oh
John
yeah.
is
Some of
doing.
their atoms have to be like rubbed into the paper, I would imagine. So,
There you go. And for a guy
right?
who's wasted, not only did I waste my youth, writing about astronomy, but, doing a lot of work later on in the National Archives and so on and going through. Now, everything now, of course, is digitized. Back in the day at the great institutions, they would wheel a cart with boxes with the original papers on them.
Wow.
And you would take Lincoln and Washington stuff and things like that up to a Xerox machine,
What?
put them
They
down
let
on a
you hold it,
platen and
like put it onto the
photocopy
machine?
them. That was back in the even through the mid 90s. So that
Man.
it's incredible how far we come. But I mean that you do find things like, fingerprints in ink
Yeah.
of these people on letter. It's amazing how close that makes you feel to those of us who are afflicted with the mental illness of being really excited by history. Yeah.
Which I think it qualifies for all of us here. So,
Well, that's a good illness, I think.
yes, it
Yeah, it was
is.
my father who was a chemist, who a historian too, who got me involved with all that stuff. And if we get our kids involved with that when they're young and they don't discover dating quite yet, that
Hmm.
stuff comes back to you. Yeah, that's a
That's right.
lifelong infection. Yeah.
That's right. Well, great. Well, David, thank you so much. Now, I think that you are going to be talking about another historic place, which is Lowell Observatory, and the another amazing event called the I Heart Pluto event. Is that right?
Yeah, and I talked about this a little while ago, but we're now 14 minus 48 hours away from this event starting, and so I thought I should briefly talk about it
Sure.
again. And I'm going to have the great honor of escorting Dr. David Levy up to this event. So I will, if I can, I will share
Sure.
my screen and find the right presentation, and I'll talk a little bit about this, and then we'll go on to other things in future weeks. So I will see if I can start the slideshow. So this is something that has been done for some years now at Lowell Observatory, which is a great institution. It's almost unique in the world of astronomical observatories in that it really combines that history and heritage, of course, with Lowell himself, with the sort of investigation of Mars in many ways, with VM and EC Slipher, and the discovery as early as 1912 with Vesto Slipher of the universal expansion, and of course with our old friend who a number of us knew very well, Clyde Tombaugh, in 1930 discovering Pluto. So each year Lowell holds this I Heart Pluto Festival in Flagstaff, and it's going to be Thursday through, there are actually some events going on Monday of next week still. The main event is going to be happening over the weekend, which I'll talk about here. So if you're in the area of Arizona or the Southwest, you may want to check this out. There'll be a lot of stuff that gets posted after this event as well. It's a lot of fun. And I will talk about this very briefly. Already covered some of this. So it's going to be Thursday the 13th through Monday in Flagstaff. And on Saturday night, we're going to have a main event. You know what Clyde did after he discovered Pluto? And it was the realization of this was the planet that they had been searching for. I'm still calling it a planet in this group here. Well, he went to the Orpheum Theater in Flagstaff that evening, and he saw Gary Cooper in the Virginian. And kind of an early, and semi-primitive, we would call it now, Western. But so we're going to hold this event in the Orpheum Theater, which is still there, and usually these days is hosting rock and roll rather than so many movies. But our good friends will be there. I'm going to be hosting this, and we're going to be having a long discussion about Clyde, about Pluto, and about some other things with David Levy. Of course, David is very well known with the many things that he's done for being Clyde's biographer, writing that most important biographical book about Clyde. Alan Stern, who was also a friend of Clyde's, will be there. He's going to be talking about the New Horizons mission and what we discovered, of course, in the Pluto system, which turned out to be a very surprising system, of course, from a planetary science angle. And we'll also have a special guest there, Adam Nimoy, Leonard Nimoy's son, who's very excited and interested in astronomy. He's going to be talking, of course, about his father and about growing up as the son of Leonard Nimoy and the experiences that we have with Star Trek. You know, I've been around this stuff for a long time now, since I was too young to shave. And I think about 90% of everyone who's into astronomy, they're Trekkies too, you know, so I think will be of interest to people too. Sorry, Scott.
No, I said yes.
Yeah. Okay,
We're
cool.
Trekkies too.
Cool. Indeed, yeah. So that's going to be fun to hear sort of the inside story from him. He's also going to show a film about his father, and he's written a book of remembrances as well that is out now too. So it'll be quite a lot of fun to hear about the reality of the universe and the solar system and the expansion of the universe, the nature of galaxies and so on, and all those dreams that we've had watching whatever version of Star Trek that we've grown up with and loved. You can go to iheartpluto.org. The entire event is run, of course, by Lowell Observatory. If you don't know, Lowell has undergone this past year an enormous, more than $50 million renovation with the building of a new science center and museum and theater and an outdoor, if you will, planetarium with seats under the real sky. So it's been a revolutionary year for Lowell, and they're excited to host this event, of course, once again. We'll also have a bunch of other events, and this is kind of an internal shot of the theater. It's been reworked a bit, and we don't know exactly which seat Clyde sat in on that day. But as I said, they host a lot of concerts now, a lot of music. But we'll have a planetarium show at Lowell, a pub crawl, maybe two of them, I think, actually, around Flagstaff. There's a Pluto-themed beer that gets announced, a new theme each year from the Mother Road Brewery, which is an exciting thing and on tap. A trivia contest with astronomers and other folks there. There are a lot of activities going on through the daytime here at Lowell, up on Mars Hill. And as I mentioned, there'll be a talk by Adam Nimoy. He's going to show this documentary that he's made about his father called For the Love of Spock. Then on the Monday, the 17th, we'll actually have a number of talks as well from astronomers. Our friend Dean Regas from my old stomping grounds of Cincinnati will be there, and some Lowell astronomers, including the director of science, Gerard Van Bell, who's a brilliant guy. So it's going to be a fun weekend, and we hope that if you can't make it to Flagstaff this weekend, these coming days here, you'll follow up on some of the activities that we report online and consider maybe going to the iHeart Pluto Festival one of these years. And when we get on I'll just mention them very briefly now, but when we get on the other side of Pluto, in April, we're actually going to have two Starmus events. We're going to have our first Starmus event in the United States, which, again, I'll be hosting that one at the Kennedy Center in Washington. There's a lot of information about it now at starmus.com. Then we will have the main Starmus back now in the Canary Islands, and this is going to be this time at La Palma, where until we get things going in Chile, which is approaching here, still the largest telescope in the world is the Gran Telescopio Canarias there, which is on La Palma at the summit there. So that's going to be a lot of stuff, a lot of talks from Nobel Prize winners, from astronaut explorers. We mentioned some of them earlier who will be there, from scientists in other fields, and also some special guests who are musicians who will give us some concerts as well there. So, and we have a lot of stuff going on with Starmus now for the future that we'll be able to talk about when we get through April here too. So that's all I have, Scott, for the moment. There's a lot going on here. I will stop sharing my screen and
Great.
stop talking. Oh, and I've run out of the sun is Earth
Oh
is
yeah, it's dark in there.
still here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I haven't gotten up to turn any
Here,
lights.
I'll pull my screen in to light up your face. Everybody can see you. So
You know, Isaac Newton and, you know, Galileo, even the Campanile, and more recently Albert Einstein, they're not wrong. Earth is still rotating. So sorry about it.
yes.
I'm fading out here. It's time for me to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much, David. So great to hear about all these great events. And I know that you'll have a wonderful time at the iHeart Pluto event. You know, what an honor to host at the Kennedy Center for Starmus. That is incredible. So think about that. That is April 1st and 2nd. You know, normally you'd have to go to Europe or, you know, halfway around the world to go to a Starmus event. And now it's coming here to the United States, which is totally cool.
And there will be more Starmus in the States, I can tell you, in the future too.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tommy Lease. Tommy is a first timer on the Global Star Party. From reading his bio, he just gets started in astrophotography about 6 or 7 years ago, and he got hooked by making a photograph of the Milky Way, and I think he's been doing it ever since. He earned an Astronomy Picture of the Day from NASA, which is a great honor, and so I think we can expect lots of great things from Tommy Lease. Thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott. I appreciate it. It's great to be here. So yeah, I decided, well, I had to put together a last minute presentation. So I apologize.
All right, that's the best kind.
It's going to include a lot of cool photos and, you know, how I got started in astrophotography and astronomy and just my passion for the night sky. So
that's what it's all about.
Let me go ahead and share my screen here.
Okay.
And let's start here. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
All right. So as Scott said, I am Tommy Lease. I am a astrophotography lead with the Denver Astronomical Society. And I thought I'd share some of my images and how I got started with this. So where I started, excuse me. So my astro journey, it all started in the mountains of Colorado. So I started off as a landscape photographer. It was all amateur stuff. Just really enjoyed, you know, shooting landscapes, you know, sunsets, the Colorado mountain peaks. You know, my wife and I really enjoy camping in the mountains and doing, you know, four-wheeling. So I would bring along my Nikon and, you know, my tripod and just get some cool shots of the mountains. And I decided, you know, one night in Ouray, Colorado, I look up at the, you know, the Milky Way, and it was just super bright. You know, it must have been Bortle 1, Bortle 2 sky, and you could just, you know, a moonless night, and you just see that huge Milky Way band. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to capture this with my camera, you know, just my kit lens and my little Nikon. And, you know, I pointed it up to the brightest spot in the Milky Way and snapped my first image of space. And, you know, I looked at the image on the camera screen and my jaw just dropped. I really couldn't believe, you know, what I just captured. You know, you could clearly see, even though it was only a little 3-inch LCD screen, I could see the Milky Way band, and I was just flabbergasted. So, I continued capturing images throughout the night, and I still remember this because, it was getting really cold in the mountains, and I wasn't really prepared for it, but I just kept, taking pictures, trying different settings. I hadn't really prepared for it, but I had done a little bit of research prior to that, trying to get different, exposure settings and whatnot. And I had my SD card. I went home and, looked at all the images on the computer, and I just started processing them in Photoshop, and I was hooked from there. So we continue. This is the first grainy astrophoto that I got from my camera. It's just a wide field image of, the Milky Way. And, it was just a single, I think it was a 5-second image with a wide field Rokinon 14 millimeter fisheye lens. So, from there, the astro fire was ignited, so to say.
Good way to put it.
What's that?
I said a good way to put it.
Yeah, I that title came to me. I was like, you know what? That's a great way to put it.
Yep.
So, after a couple more camping trips, taking wide field images of the night sky, yeah, I wanted to go deeper. I wanted to see what I could capture further into space. So I started researching this crazy hobby of astrophotography on the interwebs. And wow, I was in shock on all the different information available. I had no clue where to start. I thought I should join a local astronomy club. So I did. I joined the Denver Astronomical Society back in, I believe it was 2020. The problem is right when COVID hit. So there was no one meeting up locally. And it's not like, visual astronomy where you could just, plop an eyepiece in a telescope and start seeing things. Yeah, astrophotography is quite a complicated hobby. Trying to get your camera settings right, trying to get, your telescope to focus, and all that stuff that comes along with it. Your telescope tracking mount, guiding, all that kind of stuff. So, I knew if I wanted to pursue this hobby more, I'd have to do it on my own. But I found a lot of great resources online, and I met some friends on Facebook that shared the same passion for astrophotography. After talking with them and doing more researching online, I bought my first telescope and tracking mount. And funny enough, and I was talking to Scott about this, and he didn't know this, but I bought the telescope that I bought was the Explore Scientific AR102 Acromat telescope, and also an Explore Scientific IEXOS 100 tracking mount. And I paired that with my Nikon camera. Wow. And I thought I dug up an old photo.
Oh, wow.
Here is the first telescope and tracking mount. And so you can see, sorry, let me turn up my volume a little bit here about that. So let me skip forward just a little bit. Sorry about that. So yeah, you could see the telescope here with the tracking mount. And then you've got the very first image was this image of the Little Dumbbell Nebula. You can see it right here where the cursor is. Mm-hmm. Not the greatest image, but I was shocked. It was just amazing to me that, after all the trials and tribulations, getting the tracking mount working and polar alignment and, guide or tracking. I didn't even have any guiding on the telescope. It was just the tracking mount, and Scott will know that this is this telescope is way too much for this little mount, but it still worked.
It still worked.
It still worked.
Wonderful.
It's great. It's a great little advertisement for that little tracking mount. And then further down the line, I got the famous Orion Nebula. a really bright target in the sky. I should have probably started with Orion, but those were my first my first two astrophotos. And then we continue on. So we've got some more early astrophotos. We've got the Pleiades on the left and then Andromeda Galaxy on the right. So just getting my feet wet, trying to figure out all the gear and the processing. So still very very early on in my career. So my love for astro continued. So after taking these deep space images, I was hooked, but I knew I could improve. I continued my research on what equipment and software I could get to improve my images. I went through many different iterations of telescopes, tracking mounts, and pieces of software, etc. I started improving my post-processing of my images and getting better equipment. I ended up upgrading my camera to a cooled OSC dedicated astronomy camera. And I got a doublet telescope. I also upgraded to a larger capacity tracking mount. So this combination of gear and processing helped improve my images. Also watching various YouTube videos and widening my astro circle, all my astro friends online. And not too long after this, the Denver Astronomical Society started what's called ASIG, the Astrophotography Special Interest Group. And that's great because it brought together like-minded people with astrophotography. Astrophotography is tough. Anyone starting out, they know the issues we run into. So after that, they started hosting these Zoom meetings that were just dedicated to astrophotography. And about a year later, I actually took over as the astrophotography lead, teaching live image processing sessions. So, I just wanted to share kind of the improvements along the way as I continued this journey. So as you can see, the Andromeda Galaxy on the left and the Pleiades on the right compared to the previous images, and then continued improving more. So Andromeda Galaxy and the Pleiades. And this is about the time I started getting into Newtonians. I was a refractor telescope guy, and then started getting into Newtonians, which was a big pain in the butt, but I do love the star spikes. I'm a big fan. So years later, my love for astrophotography continued. So as my skills progressed, so did the equipment. Today, I currently run 2 imaging rigs with 2 telescopes, 2 dedicated monochrome cameras with filter wheels and filters, and 2 tracking mounts. I continue to teach classes at DAS. I host astrophotography star parties. We've got a couple dark sky locations here in Denver that I'll help people set up their equipment rigs and their imaging rigs, and teach them how to get into this hobby. It's something I wish I would have had starting out, but COVID happened and it just wasn't in the stars for me, so to speak. So I'd love to share this wonderful hobby with whoever I can. So I thought I'd just share a couple images. So this is my current imaging rigs. I say one of because I've got many telescopes actually, but this is actually another Explore Scientific telescope. This is the ED-102 carbon fiber with a guiding mount, guide scope on the side here, and a guide camera. And on the back, you can see the monochrome camera with the filter wheel and an automatic focuser. And then up at the top, we've got some basically a USB hub and a power hub, and then you've got the Skywatcher EQ6 tracking mount. So, and then I just figured I'd throw in some more images as I progress throughout the years. We got another one of the Andromeda Galaxy and the Pleiades. So these are more current images. This is actually a wide field image of the Pleiades. And this was taken out at the Dark Sky site in Denver, east of Denver. And then we've got a ultra wide field image of the Tulip and Crescent Nebula. So this is actually taken with a 40 millimeter aperture, 180 millimeter focal length, wide field lens. And this was done in narrow band. So this is the SHO color palette. So it was taken with hydrogen alpha, sulfur, and oxygen 3 filters, and combined and processed to create this really cool color palette. And next up, we've got the M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. This was actually taken with that Explore Scientific ED 102. And I figured I'd throw in, so I got into solar imaging as well. This was a interesting image because this is a mosaic taken from 9 different panels and stitched together using post-processing software. And I did share another image of this is the little imaging rig that I took that solar image with. So this is just this is a piggyback on top of one of my Newtonian telescopes, and it's just basically a tiny little lens, that 180 millimeter focal length lens, and behind that we actually have a Daystar Quark solar filter, and then behind that is a monochrome, basically a guide camera that allows to take images through this solar filter. So pretty cool little setup that it allows you to take some nice solar images. Just some more images that I've taken. This is a wide field image of the California Nebula, taken in LRGB. So just a natural color image. And here we have a wide field image of the Cone and Rosette Nebula, taken in narrow band in the HOO color palette. So this would be hydrogen alpha and oxygen only. And then we've got the Flaming Star Nebula. This is also taken in natural RGB color, LRGB. And one of my latest images of the Great Orion Nebula. And here are some notable APOD images. So this is the Perseus double cluster. And we have the Rosette Nebula. This is a kind of an up close showing kind of the details of, Bach globules and the star cluster in the center. This is taken in a narrow band SHO color palette. And this is an interesting one. This is Hubble's Variable Nebula. So the star at the center of this, I believe, and don't quote me on this, but basically it pulsates and causes this nebula to change its shape and color ever so often. Pretty interesting target here. So that is it for me. Sorry, I did that one a little quickly, but does anyone have any questions for me?
Well,
I
think
love
people
your
are really
picture of the
enjoying.
variable nebula. That was great.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad I could share that with you. Yeah, it's definitely that one was an interesting one because I took that image with what was just actually a guide camera. It wasn't a full-on imaging camera. So that was a pretty cool one and a pod. So I was pretty happy with it.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Well, that's great. Tommy, thank you so much for sharing your images. I think that, I think our audience would like to see a lot more of your work. And I'm glad you're doing all the outreach and education and sharing that you're doing with the Denver Astronomical Society. That's a great group. And, we have paired up with them at star parties. And one of the either the current president or the former president was out there with David Levy and I for this last eclipse out in Texas. So, yeah. So, anyhow, thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party, and you're welcome back anytime.
Well, thank you for having me, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Mike Murata, and Mike is formerly of the Astronomical Association, or the American Astronomical Society, excuse me, that was formed by George Ellery Hale himself. And Mike was one of the editors of the publication of that group, which is the Historical Astronomy Division of the AAS. And his talk is what the Historical Astronomy Division of the AAS can do for you. So let's bring on Mike. Let me find you here. There you are.
Oh,
there you are, Mike.
Hi.
Are you? Is this your man cave?
Yeah, this is me. This is where I work.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
When I'm not working,
Well, you've
I
done
have
a
day
lot.
job.
Something I learned today, I didn't know this, was, and you'll have to correct me on what the technical term is, but is the study of money. And I learned today that Isaac Newton may have saved England from bankruptcy. Or certainly from a lot of financial damage due to his determination of the weighing of gold coins. So
That's true.
So I found that very interesting, So
Yeah.
And he did that work with the British the British Mint for like 30 years or something
30
like that.
years,
Is that
yes.
right?
He,
Wow.
he also got a job for Edmund Halley to run one of the branch mints, but Halley didn't like the work, and he was happy to go back to astronomy.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, Michael, thank you so much for coming on to Global
Thanks
Star
for
Party,
inviting
and to it's very appropriate that you're on for this particular event. So thank you so much.
I'm honored to be here.
We're honored to have you.
Before we jump in, let me see about sharing the screen and getting everything right. I've practiced this, and of course it doesn't go well.
I think you're doing it perfectly.
Okay. We're closing more things. What do I have to do here besides sharing the screen?
You are sharing the screen. You just need to take it in presentation mode from PowerPoint. But it's already large enough that the audience can see.
Really? I just see me. Yeah. There's a way to change screens. So you can see the main presentation and the thumbnail to
Yes.
the left,
Yeah,
right?
it's just, it's
Okay,
not
so
in
I gotta get
presentation mode,
this
but
going here. And I know it's got the little speakers lectern, and when you click on that, it's supposed to just do that.
there you go. That's
Is that
it.
good?
That's good.
Goodness gracious. I host a Zoom meeting every 2 weeks, and it's always stressful until the first guest shows up, and I'm sure that it works.
Yeah, you almost need to do it every day. So,
Again, good evening to everybody, and thanks once more, Scott, for inviting me.
thank you,
It's
Mike.
really an honor and a privilege to be here. And for that reason, I really have to begin with an apology, because there are other people who know more about this than I do. I was a member of the Historical Astronomy Division of the American Astronomical Society for 4 years while I served as an editor. As enthusiastic as I have been, my knowledge base is about 1 parsec wide and 1 angstrom deep. Well, given that, let me try to entertain you with some facts. Still got some screen stuff going on. Maybe you don't see it, but I do. Illuminating the stars and following the footsteps. You there? Scott?
Yep.
All right. I'm sorry. I found the Historical Astronomy Division of the American Astronomical Society to reflect 2 deep truths. First, that the stars are pretty at any magnification. It's the understanding of the history of astronomy that gives meaning to the objects that we view. And second, in doing that, we are repeating for ourselves the discoveries made by Hipparchus and Galileo, William Herschel, Caroline Herschel, Margaret Huggins, Edwin Hubble, of course, Jocelyn Bell Burnell, and very, very many others. As we move forward tonight, also bear in mind that all of these resources are open source. And that decision was made by the American Astronomical Society leadership about 2 years ago. So all of the AAS journals, all of the internet content is open and open source for you. Perhaps the single greatest gift is offered by the Historical Astronomy Division in the form of their 2 literary prizes, the Osterbach Award and the Doggett Award. There are a lot of good books out there. These books have been vetted by the historians themselves as being the works that they recognize as being superior. These are just 3 of the recent award winners from the Osterbach Prize. The book that nobody read by Owen Gingrich is about Copernicus's book on the revolution of heavenly bodies. Seemingly nobody read it after the Copernican revolution was accepted. In fact, a lot of people did, but not as many as wanted to argue about it. Stephen J. Dick's History of the U.S. Naval Observatory garnered an award in 2006. He continued to work on superlative projects, and we'll look at another one of those in a few minutes. I just finished reading The Light Ages by Seb Falk. The overarching narrative is that the Middle Ages were a time of achievement, exploration, and discovery. And even though they were also hallmarked by the virtue of humility, Falk brings them to light for us by following one man, Brother John of Westwick, who built a device and wrote a book, both of which were wrongly attributed to Geoffrey Chaucer. My copy of Stephen J. Dick's more recent book has about 20 post-it notes in it. As a backyard stargazer, I refer to it often to provide context. We too easily think in terms of a few objects, planets, clusters, faint fuzzies, the moon and the sun. In fact, there are close to 50 distinct classes of astronomical objects. And the Astronomical League, by the way, has those programs for those who want to pursue them. All of this and very much more is accessible from the homepage of the Historical Astronomy Division. You can find it off the AAS homepage, You can find it with a simple browser search, and it's easy enough just to find as had.aas.org. From there, let me recommend the monthly columns that celebrate the historical events and the people that made them. The column has been running since July of 2016. There are about 80 column articles so far. Most of them were written by academic astronomers. Some came from amateurs. Amateurs also provided astrophotographs for some of the articles. A few were written by university students, from undergrads to a doctoral candidate. One was written by a high school student who was mentored by a college professor. They all cover the people, the places, the events, the observations, the discoveries, and of course, the great debates. Just to take one example of a rediscovered history, most people, most astronomers today, do not know about the celestial marvels of the Paris Exposition of 1900. The celestial globe was about 60 meters in diameter. It housed a full restaurant, and while people dined, an artificial sky moved around them. When he was chair of the Historical Astronomy Division, Kevin Chrysiunas said, "One could consider that the purpose of the Historical Astronomy Division is to give credit where credit is due for discoveries of the past." Here's an example of that. It applies especially to reestablishing the validity of the work done in the former USSR, which in its day was denigrated and ignored here largely for political reasons of the Cold War. For the May 2017 column, Teresa Wilson, who was then with the US Naval Observatory, wrote about the women computers at the Dudley Observatory of Loudonville, New York. Unlike the better-known Harvard Observatory, which moved away and moved on, the Dudley continues today to serve its communities and their schools with outreach programs. One of the grand projects of the Historical Astronomy Division is to identify and preserve the artifacts and records of astronomers. The Working Group on the Preservation of Astronomical Heritage coordinates with the Antique Telescope Society, the International Glass Plates Group, and repositories of films, plates, and logbooks, such as those of the Yerkes Observatory. Among the recovered artifacts at Yerkes was a sealed envelope. Inside a sealed envelope, found in a room that was once the office of Subramanian Chandrasekhar. On the inner sealed envelope was written, "Please do not examine contents. Thanks, S. Chandrasekhar." The Working Group on Preservation dealt with the ethical dilemma of balancing that request against the obvious possibility that the materials were of greater historical importance. As we come to a close here, please consider exploring two of the ongoing projects. The obituaries are just what they seem, biographies, mostly of astronomers of the immediate past. AstroGen is a kind of genealogy project. It tracks doctorates, who own them, and who they studied under. Among the obituaries, you'll find an homage to Nadine Barlow, whose specialty was Mars. You'll also find a tribute to Sam Durrance, one of the very few professional astronomers who was also a NASA astronaut. The AstroGen project tracks careers, who studied with whom. It's only a guideline. These students of Gerard Kuiper are credited to the University of Chicago, and that's fine. But they did their actual observing and photographing at the McDonald Observatory of the University of Texas, which UT operates for Chicago. And it was there, just to note, that Carl Sagan and Gerard Kuiper waited for the sandy skies to clear on both Mars and Texas. And while waiting, they discussed the possibility of communicating with intelligent beings on other planets. Before we close, allow me to draw an analogy between the resources of the Historical Astronomy Division of the AAS and this photograph of Messier 100. It's easy to see the big pinwheel. In fact, there are at least 3 more grand design galaxies in this picture. And so too, should you take your time, stop, visit, look around, read and explore within the resources presented here tonight. I could go on all night, but unlike the universe, I'm out of time. So thank you all. And thanks again, Scott. Over to you.
Michael, that was wonderful. And I wanted to say 2 things. First of all, your last picture of Messier 101. While comet hunting on the night of July 4th, it was Independence Day, 1966, I chanced upon Messier 101. And it was just magnificent, and it just keeps on getting more magnificent every time I chance upon it. The other thing was the book nobody read. I have that book. It's in my library right here, and it is wonderful. Not the book so much that Copernicus wrote, which nobody read because no one believed him that the sun was the center and not the earth, but the book that was written about it. The book nobody read itself, I think, was an excellent, wonderful book. And I thank you for including that in your list. Congratulations, Michael. Good work.
Thanks again. Thank you very much. Happy to help.
Hello there.
Hi, I just unmuted real quick to say, hi, Ron. We've crossed paths through the AAS with the Pro-Am outreach.
Oh, right.
You were. So now I have a name and a face. Nice to
meet you. Great talk,
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
How's everybody doing tonight?
It's
Scott,
great.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me all right?
I can.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to thank you for coming on to Global Star Party with your talk, A Short History of Astrophotography. I don't know that it's so short. It's but a lot has happened since 1880. So with I believe it was Henry Draper making the first image of the Orion Nebula in that year. So.
Well, I'm going to go back a little bit further, like maybe 17,000 years.
Okay.
And I'm going to cover 17,000 years in 15 minutes.
Okay.
You may ask yourself how I'm going to do that. You'll just have to wait and see.
Well, watch it. That's right.
Let me share my screen with you guys. And thanks again, as always, for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have to find my PowerPoint, and it's under my Zoom controls.
We've had some really wonderful presentations in this Global Star Party.
Oh yeah,
this
is fun. You know, these are fun because they're short, so you gotta be snappy, right?
Yeah.
So how do you do a short history of astrophotography? Well, I mean, I guess it's easier if you start with Henry Draper. But I'm not going to. As I said, I'm going to cover 17,000 years in probably less than 10 minutes.
All right.
And, you know, as I always do, I'm going to talk about this in the context of the theme that you provided to all the speakers. And I want to give a little nod of the head to all the things that I'm not going to have time to cover in 10 minutes. This, by the way, is the Clown Face Nebula, and I haven't published this picture yet. I was hoping for a clear sky to get more data, but I think it might be done.
That's
We'll
a pretty
see.
nice image.
So here's the theme, and I've just part of the theme, and I've only highlighted part of it, but this is what really spoke to me about what you sent, Scott. First of all, that astronomy is the key to understanding our place in the universe. And Earth isn't the center, but it's just one of countless planets. And I'm going to reiterate that in a minute in some other words. And this didn't just start with Henry Draper. It started with ancient civilizations tracking the skies. And it gives us, we're going to have a peek into the history of astronomy, but of course, we could go into so much detail. We could have hours of people talking about this particular topic. Also, one of the other nice things I like about this is you give us a theme, Scott, and everybody brings a different take to it.
That's right. I love that.
Part of what you gave us is this. Hang on. Yeah. Certainly, the history of astronomy shows us that every time we thought we were special, we were wrong. And that's from Seth Shostak from the SETI Institute. And the first time I was on the Global Star Party, I was right after him.
Right after Seth?
Yeah, that was hard.
Seth will be on the next Global Star Party, so I'm really excited to have him on.
Cool. And so this kind of is another way of saying that point that Earth is not the center of the cosmos. It's just one of countless planets, right? We're not really that special, but I might push back a little bit and say we're special in the sense that we are here and we are now looking at the universe.
Right.
It's not from a different vantage point in another galaxy like this M33. And it's not at a different time. We're seeing what we see here and now. So maybe we're special in that small way. So the reason why I have to talk about 17,000 years of history is that imaging is more than just astrophotography. Some of you might recognize Astro from the Jetsons. I thought he deserved a little nod here. So if you instead of focusing just on astrophotography, think of imaging as capturing a likeness of the sky in any medium. Now we have to talk about things like cave art, buildings and landscapes, star charts and sketches, daguerreotypes, of course, film photography and digital imaging. So all of these are different types of capturing a likeness of the sky. And I've got to go through this quickly. I'm sorry for that, but let me show you what I mean. So cave art, this is from the Lascaux Cave in France. It's 17,000 years old. And you can see the Pleiades basically laid out on the wall in the cave.
Wow.
Above the back of Taurus the bull. And over here is Orion's belt on the left side.
Wow.
Okay. And here is the corresponding page from the Cambridge Star Atlas. There's the Pleiades, Aldebaran being the eye of the bull, and Orion's belt. Now I note that Orion's belt here has 4 stars instead of 3. But isn't that interesting? And maybe this is Rigel. Maybe that represents Rigel.
So someone was so captivated with all of this. Imagine, I mean, they just had to remember the exact positions of these things.
It's
and then
crazy.
Go inside of a cave, okay, with maybe a candle or a torch or something, and go and paint this thing.
Oh yeah. Now, what you see, the large map that you see here is a map that my wife made from the work of Mary Kane, but all that work was based on Catherine Maltwood's discovery of the Glastonbury Zodiac in Somerset. It was established around 2600 BC. It's really quite large, as you can see, and it's all these effigies in the roads, paths, streams, and earthworks. And you know, some of the place names have names that correspond to the animals that they're on. So one of my wife's good friends lives at Wag, which is on the tail of the dog effigy. And there's a pig effigy in there, and there's a place called High Ham. So this was just, like I say, described in 1925. Some people have connected it to Arthur's Round Table. You see the effigy of Leo drawn out. If you're interested in this, my wife wrote a book that's related to it, Malkin's Prophecy, and she has a website, secretsofthegraillandscape.com. But the first printed star chart, if we move away from landscapes and buildings like the pyramids and so on, the first printed star chart goes back to 1515. So we've jumped ahead, what, 10,000 years? And Albrecht Dürer prepared this star map. Doesn't show a lot of differences between the stars. Later on, so this is now in the 16th century, 1551, the stars are different sizes and brightnesses somewhat. This is now after the introduction of the telescope, the refractor. More detail becomes visible on the moon and the maps get better. And the differentiation of star magnitudes gets better. Now we're at the end of the 17th century. This is an 18th century star map, and now it's got tables added to it on the right and on the left, and some pictures of some really important observatories. By the middle of the 19th century, we had Uranometria Nova, the sequel to which is basically still in print, called Uranometria, and that's a star atlas that lots of people still use. And of course, this is the Sky Atlas 2000. This is a page from Sky Atlas 2000 showing the field containing Cassiopeia near the Bubble Nebula. And it doesn't show just the magnitude of stars with their brightness, but it even indicates variable stars. So you can see Gamma Cassiopeia, the center star of the W, has an inner black spot and an outer ring. That's its range of variability. So these charts start to get pretty sophisticated, but not as sophisticated as you can get on your phone now any day of the week for $3 for a lifetime. Astrophotography for me also includes sketching. In fact, that's how I got my start in astrophotography. You don't need any special camera. You don't need perfect conditions. You just need a lot of patience. Believe me, I'm not a great sketcher. You can see how sketching of Saturn evolved from 1610 to 1676 with the improvement of optics and just more and more experience drawing it. So by the time Cassini sketched Saturn in 1676, we can see the Cassini division there. These are a couple of my planetary sketches. The Mars sketch on the right was made at the Mars Close Approach in 2003, August 23rd, I think it was, 2003. And Jupiter I sketched in 2009, one night. Jupiter's the easiest planet to sketch. You can do the ellipse and the main bands before you go outside and then fill in the details. If you want to just get started at sketching, give yourself a try at Jupiter. And if you have an H-alpha scope, that's also fun to sketch. Of course, technology changes, and tiptoe through memory lane. We start with camera obscura, quickly move in 1839 to glass plates. These are film, glass plates that contain silver, light-sensitive silver particles. But the first moon photo in 1840 required 20 minutes of exposure. Now I get a picture of the moon in 5/10,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
It's crazy how things have changed. Mostly because of the introduction of sensors, electronic sensors. CCD and CMOS sensors revolutionized not only professional imaging, but amateur imaging, grocery shopping, almost everything we do. This is a DSLR camera, the 60DA. It was one of the first DSLRs that was made specifically to do astrophotography. They gave it a special filter that passed H-alpha light, that nice pink color that you see in the Orion Nebula in this image.
Mm-hmm.
And then we moved to cooled cameras. So the two cameras, this is a couple of my telescopes. The camera that has the blue housing is monochrome, so it's a black and white sensor. In fact, all sensors are black and white. I'll talk about that more in a moment. It's a black and white sensor, and then in the big square black housing are 7 filters: red, green, blue, clear, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. On the other telescope, the camera with the red strip, you see it doesn't have a filter wheel. It also has a black and white sensor, but that sensor has a filter array sitting right on top of the sensor that has red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green, blue repeating pattern of pixels. And it does the conversion to color later on in processing. So that color camera is very similar in a sense to the camera in your iPhone. And it's similar in a sense to the cameras that are on the space telescopes. They're CMOS, many of them are CMOS cameras, although they might be sensitive in a different range, and they might use some CCD cameras still as well. And of course, now we have things like the Sea Star. These are the latest thing in the history of astroimaging. And it made history for a lot of people at the eclipse last year. This is my wife, Gail, standing next to the Sea Star with an iPad, and we were watching. This is how we watched the partial phases of the eclipse. It was so cool. So this is now part of the history of imaging. These products are evolving really fast. And 10 years ago, we're not going to remember a time when we didn't have them. Look how much things have changed. So these are some of the first daguerreotypes: 1845, 1851, 1852. This is the sun, the left and center one, and the moon on the right. Here's what we can do now with a webcam and a tiny refractor with an H-alpha filter. This is the Venus transit, which was my birthday present in 2012. Again, we look at 19th and 20th century images of things like M42, M16, the fireworks galaxy, NGC 1696. So these are less than 100 years ago. Here's what I can do now.
Wow.
All of these were taken more than 10 years ago, and I can do better than this now with my current equipment. Here's another example from 1942. This is W. Bad took this photo. It was published in the Astrophysics Journal. It's the Crab Nebula. Here's my photo from a few years ago.
Wow.
H-alpha RGB. And
Yeah.
again, looking at this now, I'd say the stars here are kind of soft. And why don't I have any oxygen-3 in here? It's all just H-alpha and natural color. So, I could do better on this too, because things are continuing to evolve. So that's my whirlwind tour through the history of astrophotography. But I just want to give a little nod to the things I didn't get time to talk about. And so there were many, many different cultures that contributed to imaging the cosmos in the different ways that I talked about, whether it be, cave art, rock art, all of these things, spiral structures on the ground, earthworks. I didn't talk about any of those. I didn't get to talk about how the process of acquiring an image has changed. The old days when we used film and we guided with a guiding eyepiece that had crosshairs in it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that, Scott? And if
I
you happen
do.
to
I did
if you
that.
happen to sneeze and bump the eyepiece, you might lose a 20-minute exposure.
Oh yeah, your eye would like start to water up if it was really cold out, and
Or you should
the magnification was so high on the crosshair eyepiece with no eye relief, so it was very tough to do. At some point it was almost zen-like of how you had to really lock in and really kind of get into the guide, and then at other times it was just torture.
Yeah, and I remember, for example, sometimes when I was using a film SLR camera,
Yeah.
single lens reflex, getting to what I thought was the end of the roll of film and going to rewind it and finding out the film had never been on the sprocket in
It
the
never moved across the film plane. Yeah.
I'm so happy for digital imaging. We also didn't talk about data crunching. That's really evolved too, right?
Oh yeah.
Just the way we process data. And that picture that I showed you of M33, I processed that yesterday. I'm just going to really quickly go back to it. Sorry if I'm making you have vertigo here. There it is. I reprocessed that yesterday. It's data from 2021.
But look at all the detail.
And just in 4 years, it's the result that I'm able to get is completely different.
Yeah, that's
So
the
let me
talent
quickly zoom forward again. I think I just have one more slide. Yeah, I wanted to mention also imaging beyond the visible spectrum, right? So that is a new part of the history, relatively new. We've been doing infrared, I guess, for a while, but with the new James Webb Telescope and the Galax probe and some of the other things that are up there, we're imaging in all these other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, and that's now part of imaging astrophotography history. If you want to see any more of my stuff, find me at astrodoc.ca, not com.ca, proudly Canadian.
Yes.
I've been at this since about 2006. I love to write and teach, so I write for Sky and Tell. I teach one-on-one and through mastersofpixinsight.com. Please get in touch if you want to talk to me. This is me on a happy day in the observatory. One of my best man cave ever, I might say. And with that, I will stop my share.
All right.
And thank you again for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. So, David, what do you think of? What did you think of the recent images of Ron Breacher?
Thanks, Scotty. I'm not hearing you very well, but I do want to add my congratulations to a wonderful presentation that Ron just gave. And I really was particularly impressed with the fact that you went all the way back to cave art. It reminded me of a very major early photograph taken on July the 4th, 1054. And it's in the mountains north of Albuquerque, New Mexico, at Chaco Canyon. And it shows the supernova of 1054 with the moon in the right place, the supernova, and a hand for scale. And I just wanted to point that out. And I also wanted to add that that particular cave art was done exactly to the day 153 years before another two photographs were taken, this one by me and Jean and Carolyn Shoemaker, that revealed the existence of Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. That was March 23rd, 1993. And
great.
I just wanted to thank you. Good work, Ron.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I also wanted to point out you talked about drawing the planets, and in particular Jupiter. That is the subject of our next presenter by Carlos Hernandez. Carlos is a space artist, and he was trained to draw planets and other celestial objects by Chick Capon, who is a famous planetary astronomer that worked, I believe he worked at Lowell Observatory. And Chick was trained by Slifer, who is also, so this history and this apprenticeship continues on, all the way to Carlos, who of course is living with us today. So Carlos pre-recorded his presentation, and I'll take that away. But Ron, I want to say that there was a nice comment here from Mark BC1 watching on YouTube, and he said, fascinating. Thank you, Ron Breacher, for insights into astrophotography. I'm usually too busy doing it to think about where it came from. There you go. Okay, so let's go to Carlos. And Carlos, if you're watching, thank you very much for putting this together.
Hello, my name is Carlos Hernandez, and I have been invited by Scott Roberts and Explore Scientific to present a lecture on observing the planet Jupiter. As we all know, Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system, and it's referred to as the king of the planets. Jupiter is, in mythology, the king of the gods. Jupiter is the Roman name for the king of the gods, and in Greek, it is Zeus. And he was the ruler of all the gods, and he had a powerful lightning bolt that he used to eliminate a lot of his enemies at the time in mythology. Jupiter is the largest planet, as I said a moment ago. It is the 5th planet from the sun. It orbits at an average distance of approximately 484 million miles, or 778 million kilometers, which in astronomical units, which is equal to 93 million miles, or 150 million kilometers. That's one astronomical unit. Jupiter is located at approximately 5.2 astronomical units from the sun. It orbits the sun in a period of approximately 12 years, exactly 11.9 years, and therefore it is located within each zodiacal constellation yearly, as its orbit coincides with the number of zodiacal constellations. Jupiter is made up mostly of hydrogen, 90%, and helium, 10%, and trace elements including ammonia, methane, and very little water vapor, and hydrocarbons including ethane and benzene. Here we see a slide showing the comparison of Jupiter on the left and the Earth on the right. You could fit almost 12 Earths across the equator of the planet Jupiter. If you could hollow out Jupiter like a pumpkin, you could fit over 1,300 Earths inside of it. As you can see, when you look at Jupiter in a telescope, you will notice light zones and dark belts across the disk of the planet. And these belts and zones have different names according to their position over the globe of the planet Jupiter. On top, we see the North Polar region, and then we see a succession of interposing belts and zones. And you start with the North Equatorial Belt right above the equator. And you go up, and there's the North Tropical Zone, the North Temperate Belt, the North Temperate Zone. Now, when you go above the North Temperate Zone and you see belts and zones, then you add another north or south nomenclature to it. So the next belt would be the north-north temperate belt or the north-north temperate zone. And this continues all the way up to the north or south polar regions of the planet. Jupiter has intense winds or jets that are located throughout the planet, and the greatest winds or jets are located over the equatorial zone of the planet, and as well as the north tropical zone. Then as you go north or south, the winds decrease in velocity. Now, the winds also are located towards the east, which is considered prograde direction, and the winds that go westward are considered retrograde. And they can get up to 500 miles an hour. This is the diagram that I produced showing the different layers of Jupiter's upper atmosphere, the skin of the planet, showing the thermosphere at the top. Right below is the stratosphere, then the troposphere. Now, most of the clouds that we see when we look at Jupiter through the telescope are located within the troposphere, and that contains mostly ammonia ice clouds, but also ammonium hydrosulfide and other compounds that give the different colors to the clouds and belts of the planet. As you go in towards the core, the center of Jupiter, the pressures, as noted on the right, and the altitude on the left increases. So the lower you go into the planet, the temperature and the pressures increase to the point that at about 10 bars or 100 kilometers below the what's considered the 0 point or surface of the planet is at the point at which you have a pressure of 1 bar. 100 kilometers below that is where the gases become a liquid form. They transition into a liquid form at approximately this altitude in the atmosphere of the planet. As I mentioned, the zones and belts are noticed when you observe the planet. These zones are consisting mostly of ammonia ice clouds that are higher in elevation and cooler in temperature, whereas the zones are devoid of mostly of ammonia ice clouds and are lower in altitude but are warmer in temperature. So the zones, the air rises, and in the belts, the cool air sinks. At times, you have different eruptions over different parts of the planet, and a well-known eruption occurs over the south equatorial belt. As you can see in the section of a excellently detailed image by a friend, Christopher Go, you can see the development of a south equatorial belt disturbance, an SEB disturbance. And this occurs periodically, and it starts off as either a white or dark spot that continues to expand over a period of days to weeks until it encircles the entire belt. And below is a painting that I produced showing if you were located directly above that white spot erupting from below the atmosphere of the planet, you could see the main area to the right, and then the leading cloud to the left. Here is a drawing of a south equatorial belt disturbance that I made on March 19, 2019, using my instrument, a 9-inch Maxitoff Cassegrain. And you can see the different parts of the disturbance. You can see as it appears in white clumps within dark areas between them. And this is considered a south equatorial belt or SEB disturbance. In 1995, NASA sent a probe into the atmosphere of Jupiter called Galileo. It went along with the Galileo orbiter that was orbiting Jupiter, and this was the first time that we were able to explore the atmosphere of a gas giant planet, in this case Jupiter. And it went into the entry point was located over the equator of the planet, and it descended into the planet. And as it descended, it took measurements of the different gases and temperatures of the planet as it descended. It transmitted data to the orbiter above for approximately 57 minutes before it was destroyed by the extremely high temperatures and pressures within the atmosphere of the planet. And that occurred on December 7th, 1995. A diagram showing the entry and descent of the Galileo atmospheric probe on December 7th, 1995. And it continued to transmit information all the way down to 140 kilometers below the 0 point of the atmosphere, or a pressure of 24 bars. The Great Red Spot is well known to most amateur astronomers, and it is an elongated anticyclonic vortex located over the southern hemisphere of the planet, and it measures approximately 1,300 kilometers in width and several hundred kilometers in height. Now, this is a cyclone or an anticyclonic vortex that has definitely been documented and observed and recorded since the late 1870s. Now, it may have been visible to astronomers as early as the mid-1600s, but we know for sure that it's been around since the 1870s. And it has a period, it rotates in a period of approximately 6 days, and the height of the top of the Great Red Spot is approximately 5 miles above the cloud tops, or 8 kilometers. But recent studies by the Juno orbiting spacecraft show that it extends as far as 500 kilometers below the top of the Great Red Spot into the atmosphere of the planet. A painting that I did of what it would look like if you were above the top of the atmosphere, adjacent to the Great Red Spot, and this is what you may witness if you were an astronaut floating within the atmosphere of the planet. Now, what we see when we observe the planet is the very outer skin of the planet. And that accounts for the zones and the belts. But as I mentioned earlier, as you descend into the planet, the gases become liquid. And as you descend, you encounter what's called metallic hydrogen, which occurs at extremely high pressures and temperatures. And this occurs all the way down until you get to the core of the planet, which is about 10 to 20 Earth masses in size. And that is the insides of Jupiter, and Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are somewhat similar to this interior as well. Jupiter also has very faint rings that are not typically visible to the amateur or professionals from the Earth unless they image the planet in infrared wavelengths. But the Voyager spacecraft, when it flew by the planet in 1979 and 1980, it imaged these faint rings surrounding the planet. And Saturn, as we all know, with a beautiful ring system, but Uranus and Neptune also has a faint ring system as well. Jupiter has a total of 95 satellites or moons, and the largest of these are called the Galilean satellites, named after the discoverer Galileo Galilei, when he discovered them orbiting the planet with his primitive refractor telescope on January 7th, 1610. And you've got Io on the left, extreme left, followed by Europa, then Ganymede, and Callisto. Io is a fascinating satellite, and it's the closest of the Galilean satellites, and it has over 400 active volcanoes over its surface. And here's a painting that I did of what it would look like if you were able to stand over the surface of the planet with a sulfur volcano erupting and the lava lake below. And the reason that it is so volcanically active is that as it orbits Jupiter, the inside is stressed by tidal forces that heats the interior of the satellite, producing this molten lava, which then erupts onto the surface of the moon. The next satellite is a fascinating one called Europa. And we've heard a lot about Europa, that there's a possibility of a subsurface ocean, and who knows what possible life forms, if any, are present. But we are hoping to study this interesting satellite with the NASA Europa Clipper, which was recently launched and will arrive at Jupiter in 2030, followed by the European Space Agency's JUICE spacecraft, which will also study Europa, but also Ganymede and Callisto. And this is a painting I did showing the eruption of a geyser over the surface of the planet, with Jupiter visible in the background. The largest satellite of Jupiter and the largest satellite in the solar system is Ganymede, and is actually larger than the planet Mercury. So you've got a moon orbiting a planet that's actually larger than another planet. And it is also a very interesting planet that you see groove and craters and other interesting surface features. And it too may have a subsurface ocean that will be studied by the ESA JUICE spacecraft in the near future. And it has aurora that visible over its poles, as well as you can see that the planet Jupiter has incredible aurora as well. This is my painting of the surface of Callisto, the outermost of the Galilean satellites, that is a very heavily cratered moon. And this is one of the surface area within one of the craters of the moon Callisto, and with Jupiter visible in the distance over the horizon. Jupiter will arrive at opposition on December 7th, 2024, and will be located within the constellation of Taurus, the Bull. And it will form a bright star in the core, in the center of Taurus, and it should be a spectacular sight in many telescopes. The tools that we use to observe Jupiter include instruments such as a refractor that uses the lens and a reflector that uses a mirror to form their images. These are two examples of the Explore Scientific refractor, an apochromat, or you can use a triplet, also more expensive but less color, better color correction. And the reflector, this is a Newtonian reflector that uses a parabolic primary mirror and a secondary flat mirror to produce the image. Other instrument designs used to study the planets, including Jupiter, include the Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope on the left. That's my Celestron 8-inch that I actually obtained in 1976 and have used it well on the planets and deep sky objects, and it produces excellent images. The one on the right is my current instrument, and it's a 9-inch Max Hutov Cassegrain that employs both a corrector in the front and mirrors inside. The primary large one in the back, and then a smaller secondary over the corrector plate that reflects the images to the back of the instrument where you observe. Different eyepiece designs are very useful for observing the planets, including the Abbe orthoscopic at the top that uses 4 elements, and the popular fossil eyepiece in the middle that also uses 4 elements. And another well-known eyepiece for planetary observation is the Brandon eyepiece at the bottom that uses 4 elements as well. For my own observations, I like to use high-resolution eyepieces, and the advantage that I prefer using the Explore Scientific eyepieces is that they are also waterproof, besides being of high quality, producing sharp contrast images that allow me to see most of the detail on the planets. Useful accessories for observing Jupiter and the other planets and moon are the color filters. Now, using the different colors, you are able to pick out subtle features over the planet. The red filter might show you some dark condensations and the belts slightly better, as well as the orange filter. The yellow filter can be used to bring out bright features and some dark features. The green is good to show dark objects, including the belts and condensations. The blue and the violet are useful for the belts as well. Of all these, the ones that'll bring out the belts and the zones typically the best are the blue and the blue-green filters for observing Jupiter. We are at the mercy of the atmosphere on Earth, which is a blessing that it provides air for us, but it also is a blanket that waves at times because of the difference in temperatures. And we are affected, the images are affected by turbulence within the atmosphere. And this is a scale used to grade the seeing or the turbulence in the atmosphere that was developed by a Harvard astronomer, William H. Pickering. It's called the Pickering Seeing Scale, and it's from 0 or 1, which is the absolute worst, to 10, the absolute perfect steady image. Another scale was produced by the French Greco astronomer Eugene Antonati, and this uses a scale from 1 to 5, with 1 being a perfect image, 2 less perfect, 3 average, 4 poor, and 5 extremely turbulent and pretty useless to make an observation. Now you can use forms that you can produce your own or obtain from different organizations, including the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, ALPO, the British Astronomical Association, and the Oriental Astronomical Association as well, in order to produce a drawing of what you see, what you observe at the telescope. And this is an example of an observation of Jupiter that I made on March 3rd, 2004, using my 9-inch Maksutov Cassegrain at 257x, showing a wealth of detail over the planet. And this was made under very good scene conditions, and 8 out of 10, or 2 on the Antonati scale. And you can see the great red spot located over the central meridian in the southern hemisphere, as the telescope flips the image with south at the top and north at the bottom. And you can see the south equatorial belt, north equatorial belt, and the different polar regions and other interesting features, including white ovals and dark condensations or spots. The image immediately to the right of the drawing is what's called an intensity estimate. And what you're doing there is using a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 is black and 10 is the perfect white. And here I've graded the different features that were visible according to how dark I perceived them over the planet at the time. Below that intensity estimate drawing is a sectional sketch that I focused specifically on the Great Red Spot region to show the wealth of detail that I was noting over the Great Red Spot and surrounding region at the time. And below it is numbers indicating the different longitudes. And Jupiter has 3 longitude systems. It's not a solid object, it's a gaseous planet. So the midsection, the equatorial zone from 7 degrees north or 7 degrees south, is called System 1, and that rotates in a period of 9 hours, 50 minutes, 30 seconds. And the regions north and south of the equatorial zone are called System 2, that rotate in a period of 9 hours, 55 minutes, and 45 seconds. The third system is called L3, and that's the rotation of the core of the planet, and that's considered the true rotation period, which is similar to the System 2, but different by a couple of seconds. A drawing of Jupiter that I made on November 11th, 2001, using an 8-inch Plazov Cassegrain that produced an excellent image showing the Great Red Spot, some blue festoons of the equatorial zone, and the north and south equatorial belts and polar regions of the planet at the time. You can also make a sectional sketch of the planet instead of making a full disk drawing, as Jupiter tends to get complicated at times because of the wealth of detail that you can see over the planet. So you don't actually have to make an entire disk drawing. You can do what's called a sectional sketch, and that's what I've done here, showing detail within the north equatorial belt on the planet on March 19, 2017. Sometimes if the seeing is adequately still, adequately well stabilized, you may be able to detect detail over the largest satellites of Jupiter. And this is a drawing that I made of detail that I noted over Ganymede on October 2nd, 2010. And the image on the right is a corresponding simulation using the NASA Solar System Simulator. And you can see very similar albedo bright and dark features over the moon that correspond with the simulator. So I wasn't able to resolve the detail that you would see with a spacecraft, but I could see that there was differences in brightness and darkness over the disk of the moon. Now, in 1994, mankind was treated to a show of cometary impacts over the southern hemisphere of the planet Jupiter, produced by the breakup of a comet that was once orbiting the planet called Shoemaker-Levy 9. And over a period of nearly a week, 23 fragments from the comet impacted the southern region of the planet and producing huge explosions that extended into the space above Jupiter. And the remnant of the debris, the scars of these impacts, was visible to astronomers for weeks and months afterwards. A painting that I did of the eruption, the explosion, after an impact of one of the cometary fragments, if you're able to be in a spacecraft floating above the cloud top layers at the time. I was able to observe the impacts with my friends shown in this image, with Tibi Dioria next to his telescope and Jeff Bache, which was the owner and producer of that telescope as well, a 16-inch f7 Newtonian that produced excellent images and allowed us to see a lot of the impact sites over a period of a week in July of 1994. These are drawings that I made, sectional sketches of the southern hemisphere and the impact sites produced by the comet fragments over that 7-day period in July of 1994. And if you observe the impact sites over a period of weeks, you would note the evolution or the spreading out of the material from the impacts. And it produced different shapes, and it was very interesting. Now, we have a spacecraft at this time orbiting Jupiter, obtaining measurements of the planet. And this is the Juno spacecraft orbiting the polar region. And you can see a spectacular aurora over the polar region while it's flying overhead. This is a painting that I produced of what it would look like if you were above the spacecraft orbiting the polar region at the time. As I mentioned earlier, the NASA is sending a spacecraft called the Europa Clipper that will be orbiting Jupiter, but it's going to be making close flybys of the moon Europa in order to determine that if it does have a subsurface ocean, how extensive the ocean is, and other characteristics of this fascinating moon that theoretically, but not proven, could harbor some form of life, a very basic life, but this is something that needs to be further evaluated, and that's why we're sending these spacecraft to explore this and other Galilean moons. And with that, I finished my lecture, and if you have any questions, please contact Scott Roberts at Explore Scientific, and I will be happy to answer whatever questions I may be addressed. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Carlos. I think Carlos is actually online with us right now.
Yes, I am, Scott.
Yeah, and so thank you very much for putting all that together. Very informative. We didn't have a lot of questions, but I know a lot of people learned quite a bit about observing Jupiter and observing planets in general. It was very nice to see that photograph of Tippy Dioria and Jeff Beach, both who have now passed on. So you are one of the last of that group of planetary astronomers doing that kind of work, and I'm glad you still do it. So, anyways. I want to thank you for putting that whole thing together. And we will make sure that particular video is still available on Carlos's page that we are putting together on explorescientific.com. Do you have any final words, Carlos?
Well, I'm glad that the presentation described the planet well. The thing about Jupiter is that what makes it difficult is that there's typically a wealth of detail that makes it hard to focus on just on the whole planet. And usually that's why sometimes I recommend the sectional sketches instead of trying to draw the whole thing. But Jupiter is always a fascinating object to observe, and especially when there's transits of the Galilean satellites. And if you're lucky, like we were, and David's part of the conversation, we were able to witness the impacts of Shoemaker-Levy 9. And that's a great historic event, and it was truly fascinating.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you so much, Carlos. Our next speaker will be Robert Reeves, who is who loves to share with us all the details of our closest world that orbits us. And Robert, thank you for coming on to the 166th Global Star Party.
My pleasure. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, great. Okay. Wasn't sure. Well, yeah, we're running a little late tonight, so I may have to speed this up. But for the past two global star parties, I've been basically just going through this folder of computer monitor screensavers that I use on my main desktop computer. It's 40 some odd images of the moon that I've taken over the past years, and they cycle through using the Windows screensaver movie sequencer. So another one pops up about every minute, and I find it very useful. Sometimes I'm just sitting here at my desk with really not much going on, and I'm just pondering what is on the screen. And it helps me see details sometimes that I have missed for years in some of these images. And I've offered this package of screensavers to anybody who wants them. Just drop me an email and tell me where to send them, and I'd be happy to forward them. It takes about 3 separate emails to send all 40 odd images. And like I said, past 2 weeks, we've gone through first 1/3 of them and then the second or third. And this week, let's wrap it up and look at the final third of them. So let me go to screen share and bring up. Hopefully you are seeing the initial slide I showed that has my email on it, Lunar
Yes.
Screensaver package. These are sized for 120 pixels across screen resolution, and they will be sent as 3 separate emails to whoever requests them. So if you've enjoyed these, quite a few of you have contacted for them. If you enjoy these, jot this email address down. It's easy to remember. My name, Robert Reeves, 400 at the ubiquitous Gmail that everybody knows. So let's advance quickly through these slides and get up to where we left off last week. And these are the ones that we discussed the first week. And now we're getting into the ones that we discussed during the last Global Star Party and getting up to where we left off. Not yet, not yet. Here we go. I believe it was Posidonius crater, that massive floor fractured crater up on the northeastern shoreline of Mare Serenitatis, Sea of Serenity. This shoreline is interesting for two things. I wish the image went a little bit further south because it would also include the Apollo 17 landing site, but didn't quite make it on this particular picture. But Posidonius itself, well, it started out, probably 3.5 billion years ago, looking very much like a classic complex crater, like very similar to Copernicus, for instance. Collapsed terrace walls tumbling down into the center of the crater, a complex of central peaks protruding up. But being near the rim or the edge shoreline of the Serenitatis Basin, a lot of volcanism going on here. The volcanism that filled the basin with basalt to create Mare Serenitatis, which forms the man in the moon's right eye. Lots of volcanic activity. So the impact that created Posidonius fractured the surface so much that it tapped down, fractures tapped into the magma chambers under the surface that were feeding these volcanic eruptions. So lava flowed upward into Posidonius, not by spilling over its walls, but by welling up from underneath through these fractures. And that uplifted the floor and raised it up and flooded it with basalt from the inside. And as the basalt cooled and subsided, it created this series of rills and ridges. So any crater that has this effect, we call them a floor fractured crater. And Posidonius is one of the larger ones, a very classic example of it. Also along the shoreline here, I like to point out the Horseshoe Bay, about midway down, right square in the middle. That is a Le Monnier crater. And it doesn't really have any serious claim to fame, except that is the Luna 21 landing area, where in 1973, the Russians landed the Lunokhod 2 lunar rover that crawled around Le Monnier crater for about 4 months. Covered a considerable distance. I forget the exact figure, but it's close to 30 kilometers that it traveled around, investigating, probing, photographing, a rather grand exploration. So this is all on the eastern shore of Mare Serenitatis. The next slide is a sequence of 5 images that I took one night as sunrise was crossing the center of the moon, the first quarter moon. The round crater is Ptolemaeus, almost right square in the center of the visible disk of the moon. And people think the moon is so static and unchanging. This sequence of pictures showing the effect of sunrise was taken over a period of just 2 hours. So Posidonius just barely cracking into the interior, just cracking into the sunrise. And then a few minutes later, the shadows have noticeably receded, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more. And finally, we see a little Ammonius crater popping out from the shadows in the upper right-hand corner. Ammonius being about 9 kilometers in diameter, the only large substantial crater within the floor of Posidonius. But we also see another effect here. Look all the way over on the left-hand image, and you'll see the center of the crater floor is illuminated by the sun peeking over the rim of the crater walls. But there's a ring of darkness around the inner part, the inner ring of the crater's rim. That's because the moon is small enough that its curvature is so pronounced that the center of Ptolemaeus crater bulges up and protrudes into the sunrise before the edges of the interior see the sunrise. That's an effect we call the clair-obscur effect, and quite a few craters on the moon will do that. Flat-floored basalt filled craters, and it's particularly noticeable on Ptolemaeus because it's right in the middle of the moon. It's easy during the first quarter. And this shot is basically northern Mare Tranquillitatis, the Sea of Tranquility, on the opposite side from where Apollo 11 landed. But I particularly enjoy this shot for the circumstances that it was taken. I remember the morning, early one morning before dawn, I went up, pushed the observatory open, I just blindly pointed the telescope at the moon, turned the camera on, and this is the scene that I saw on my computer monitor. I didn't focus it. I didn't deliberately point it at a specific target. It was a pure accident that the telescope was still in focus from the last time I used it, and it landed on this marvelous scene of Rima Rupes Cauchy on the upper right, and these little shield volcanoes, these volcanic domes underneath. See the little tiny volcanic dome with the little caldera pit in the middle, another one here. You can see a couple at the very top of the picture. This picture and one at the end of Rupes Cauchy as well, right there. This picture is sheer accident. It just landed at the right place at the right time, and by sheer chance, I didn't have to touch the focus. I said, I'm going to take this picture without touching it because it appears to be so good. I'm afraid of messing it up if I deliberately try to focus it. And got a lot of mileage out of this picture. It's served me well over the years. And a wider view of the Southern Highlands. You look up at the full moon, and we can easily see the dark maria that form the face of the man on the moon. But we also notice these extremely bright areas, and these are the highlands, and the Southern Highlands are particularly bright, not modeled by any dark patches of basalt. This is the original crust of the moon that hasn't been modified by volcanic eruptions. This part of the moon is higher elevation, so it escaped the volcanic modification that created the maria and the face of the man on the moon. So we're also looking at some of the oldest territory. A lot of you will recognize Tycho crater, one of the youngest craters on the moon, but the territory surrounding it is some of the oldest on the moon. Tycho, you think it's about 108 million years old, but the craters around it are almost 40 times older, almost 4 billion years old. And if I remember right, the next one gets a little closer. Yeah, we're looking at a swath of the Southern Highlands along the southern terminator. And there's almost too much to talk about in this picture. I could probably do a whole presentation on what's in here, but toward the right-hand side of it, we'll notice the two elongated craters, Schiller and Haensel. The two of the most elongated appearing craters on the moon are within the same telescopic view. A good high-power eyepiece will show both of these together, and it's pure coincidence that they're both aimed in the same direction. That's not a common cause. In fact, Haensel at the top is actually two round craters merged together, and it appears peanut-shaped simply because it's far south on the moon, and our perspective is slanted. But Schiller down here is actually one huge elongated crater. It's very unique. No other crater on the moon looks like this. And instead of a central peak, look at the central ridge here. My theory is that the impactor that created Schiller arrived from the west, plowed in, the subsurface shock rebounded, created that ridge in a very similar fashion that circular craters have the central peaks that were created by the shock rebound, and then the impactor traveling at a very, very slant angle plowed out the rest of the crater. It's almost 170 kilometers long. And put the size of that in perspective, I like to tell people that if the length of Schiller was translated into the diameter of a crater, Schiller would then be one of the 10 largest craters on the moon. Chicard over here, another curious one. Basalt filled, but not a floor fractured crater. It almost looks like a small Maria. And the exact reason for the two-tone basalt within it, not quite sure. The white area, lighter area is not a crater ray structure. It's not an elevated or a depressed area. It's simply a different color. And moving on. Hopefully moving on. Come on, let's go. There we go. Another view of the Southern Highlands, concentrating more toward the middle of the moon. We're looking at the eastern shore of Mare Nubium. And earlier I'd mentioned that Ptolemaeus crater being circled by my cursor, very near the center of the moon. So here we're looking for the middle of the moon down toward Tycho crater down here, and the straight wall right in the middle. Straight wall on the eastern shore of Mare Nubium, and okay, senior moment. I know my craters, but the name of this one just popped out of my head and vanished. So we'll just move over next door and look at another curiosity. This huge crater here, Deslandres crater, so big. It's actually bigger than Clavius crater, which we used to think was the largest crater on the near side of the moon. So big that it wasn't even recognized as a crater until 1946. So I was already born by the time they figured out this feature, the geologic structure of it is a crater, one of the largest on the near side of the moon. Originally, it was simply called Hell Plain, named after the crater Hell right here, named after Father Maximilian Hell, a very famous astronomer from the 18th century. But in old charts, 19th century, turn of the century charts, this is called Hell Plain. Nowadays, we call it Deslandres, after Henry Deslandres, the French astronomer. Moving on. The detail in this picture, I took this maybe 15 years ago using my Celestron 8, the same Celestron 8 that I bought in 1975. I still have it. It's 50 years old, and it still works just as good as the day I got it. But I took this picture using a 2.5 power 2.5x PowerMate. TeleVue PowerMate, and an obsolete camera that's not manufactured anymore because, frankly, there's a lot better ones now. But I look at this picture, particularly blow-ups of it, 13 by 19 prints, and I am still staggered by the detail that my Celestron 8 sucked out of the moon on this picture. The tiny craterlets just showering across the whole field, the secondary craters, the detail within Cyrillus, and Katharina down here, and Theophilus up at the top. It just still catches me by surprise. And I've been looking at this picture now, like I said, 15 years, and I'm still amazed by it. And a close-up of Tycho. Now we're drilling down to the details on this crater, one of the youngest large craters on the moon, 108 million years old, and lying in the field of some of the most ancient craters on the moon. But we see Tycho, very fresh, very crisp, and the territory around it very ruined, worn down from age. And we'll move on to the next slide. So now we can examine the effect Tycho had on the surrounding territory. I've shown this picture many times, and I keep coming back to it because the the stunning detail in this. Again, a picture taken with my Celestron 8, an 8-inch off-the-shelf Schmidt-Cassegrain, 50 years old, still trucking along. But here we see in the territory all around Tycho these hundreds and hundreds of tiny little pits, the secondary craters created by the material blasted out from Tycho. And we see how it's degraded the territory around it. The further out you go, the less pitted it is. And we're looking at the original surface of the moon, or the pre-Tycho surface of the moon. Ancient, worn, but free of all of the hundreds of little pits that you can see surrounding Tycho. You get out pretty far, they taper off to almost nothing. And continuing our love affair with Tycho, here we see it nested down in the southern highlands again, this time in the third quarter moon, approaching sunset. And the shadows give it a different perspective, a different personality, because the shadows are in the opposite direction. So our standard first quarter view of the moon that we're so used to in the evening sky begins to look a little alien. But still, a magnificent, fresh new crater in this ocean of ancient, some of the most oldest craters on the moon. And a little repetitious, but now we're jumping back to our first quarter view of it, shadows in the other direction. And getting down to the end of the stack of screensavers, a series of crescent moons. And this particular one, we see sunset just approaching Kepler crater, just approaching Cassini, another one of my favorite floor fractured craters. The sunset has already occurred on the Horseshoe Bay of Sinus Iridum up here, Oceanus Procellarum, the only lunar sea, or well, actually Oceanus Procellarum is the only lunar mare called an ocean. So I won't call it a sea. Well, let's call it what it is. The only lunar ocean and the only mare is still visible. The rest are all in shadow. And we can begin to get a little bit of perspective on Procellarum now. During the full moon, the rest of the Maria are so noticeable, even though they're smaller, they create the caricature of the face of the man in the moon. But Procellarum, double the size of the next largest lunar Maria, over 2 million square kilometers, but it's so close to the limb of the moon, the western limb, that it really doesn't contribute to the caricature of the face of the man in the moon. But here we've got the moon bisected by the terminator. We don't see the other Maria, so we can appreciate Procellarum on its own merits, the largest of the lunar Maria. And next slide should have been in opposite order because our phases are going backwards, but still, now we see the Horseshoe Bay of Sinus Iridum, the mountain peaks of the Sea of Islands, Mare Insularum. You can tell it's almost my bedtime. I'm beginning to have trouble remembering names. And jumping over to the waxing crescent moon, the evening crescent moon. I call it the Cheshire Cat moon because it's hovering just above the eastern horizon and looks like the smile of the Cheshire Cat, the fabled cat in the Tales of Alice in Wonderland, who could disappear, and the only thing left was the curve of his smile. It reminds me of these crescent moons. And this series of two pictures, we'll jump back and forth here. Look along the limb of the moon, the eastern side of the moon. See how Mare Crisium jumps back and forth, how some craters appear and disappear. Here we're getting a real good example of the libration of the moon because of the moon's elliptical orbit. Sometimes we can see a little bit around one side of the moon. Whoops, too far. Around one side of the moon. Other times a little bit further around the other side of the moon. So in effect, we get to see 59% of the moon. The actual hidden part of the moon, never seen from the Earth, only 41%. But here we see the effect of libration very strongly. We go back to the previous ones. These were only taken one night apart. You see almost no rotation of features along the limb. The only thing we see moving is the terminator itself. But these were taken months apart, so the moon presents an entirely different orientation. And I think this is, yep, this is my last one. Getting back to a more familiar phase, the waxing gibbous moon, where it's one of my favorite regions or phases of the moon, because the first quarter, it shows a lot of detail right along the terminator, splits the moon right in half. I'd prefer the waxing crescent phase, because now we got more details like Kepler crater, Copernicus crater. We see all of Mare Imbrium, lots of detail up in the polar area in the southern regions, in those highlands, and the moon is higher and stays in the sky longer during this particular phase. So I prefer this one over the typical recommendation of start looking at the moon during the first quarter when we have detail along the terminator. This one's my favorite. More of the moon to look at. It's in the sky a little bit longer in the evening. Gives you a chance to get out and play with it after dinner time. So like I said, these all of these pictures, I freely give them away to anybody who wants them. They're presented as a screensaver stack. So you set windows to rotate through them at whatever sequence speed you want. And I find it quite delightful just to ponder them from time to time. So if anybody wants them, shoot me an email. They're on their way to you.
That's great. That's great. I sent an email to you, Robert. So
you want those pictures?
I want those pictures. That's right.
Well, we'll make it happen.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Thank you so much. We are running a little bit over, but we've had some great presentations. Our next speaker is Marcelo Souza from down in Brazil, and so we will head down that way. Thank you very much, Robert, and have a good night.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank you. We appreciate it too. Thanks. Okay. Marcelo Souza is often on Global Star Party. He is a professor of physics and astronomy down in Brazil, and he does incredible outreach events with the Louis Cruz Astronomy Club. He's an ambassador for several astronomy organizations. He puts together probably the largest astronomy event in South America, and it's a pleasure to call him our friend. He is also the editor of Skies Up magazine, an international free magazine for astronomy. And Marcelo, thank you for coming on to Global Star Party. I think your audio, maybe you're muted.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Now I'm testing a new computer. I don't know if
that's okay. Yeah, there's a couple of new computers in this group.
The other computer, it's not working well. Then I need to change the computer. Something is not working well with the, I don't know, with the camera, but let me only make it the last adjustment here to understand what's happening here. I think that this is the best I have for today. I'm sorry, but I'll try to.
Yeah, it's okay.
Fix the camera. I don't know what's happening.
No, it's fine.
Something is a new computer. The first time that I'm using for video conference. I'm sharing my screen. I'll talk about what we are doing. We are here in Brazil. Is different from United States, from Europe, because our holidays. We have holidays in January. Then in this period, everything is returning slowly because soon we will have the carnival here in Brazil. The carnival will happen at the end of February. Then the schools are beginning classes now, but they will stop at the end of February. You stop for 1 week, and then that things will begin here in Brazil in reality. That it will be in the second week of March. That will begin the year for us. I will share my screen now. But even with this long holiday and the spirit, we are developing activities here. Today, we began a partnership with a technical school here. It's a technical high school. I don't know how if you have the same in other countries, but we have two kinds of high school here in Brazil. That's a traditional high school that prepare for the universities, and you have a technical high school for someone that wants to work after the high school. And we make a partnership. We are beginning to develop the development of satellites, small satellites, CubeSats in this school. And here was the first event we are looking for talents, these students, and we had the opportunity to also to look to the sun with the special glasses, and it was a fantastic experience at the school. I have many volunteers to join our astronomy club, and at the end of last week, because in this period you have another problem, because you have many clouds in the sky, because it's the period of the rains here in Brazil. And but yes, this is the period of rains from December until March. You have strong rains here, storms. But many states here they had the storms, strong storms here, and for last week I had the opportunity to have 3 days without clouds in the sky. That's very difficult at this moment, and here I am at my university with the Unistellar, and I had the opportunity to take some pictures there. And this is all the pictures are without edition. This is the Jupiter, as we say in Portuguese, and this is Venus with the phase of the Venus.
Very nice.
That is something that when we show for the people, when we have an event, everybody first say that they are seeing the moon, but we talk with them how that you are seeing the moon, because the moon is the other position, not in this direction, and we talk about Galileo and the first observation of the phase of the Venus, and how this was something that helped to change the model that you use for the solar system, because with the heliocentric model is easy to explain the phase of Venus. It's possible to explain using geocentric model, but it's very complicated. I have many epicycles and different things to show this kind of view. The moon, we use the Unistellar, that's a fantastic telescope. And this is something fantastic, that the smoke ring in M46. It's very small here. You can see here, the smoke ring here. And they're very short. I use only 5 minutes of days. Here's something from our hemisphere that you can see here in Brazil. That is the Carina Nebula. And it's something that is very easy to find. The sky here is one of the most beautiful objects here in southern hemisphere, in my opinion. This and the Omega Centauri, globular cluster. This is M1. I'm now taking images of the objects of the Messier catalog. This is M1, the Crab Nebula, with the 10 minutes. Here is the best image that I think that I had the opportunity to take in this year. That is M51, using the Fox Telescope North in Hawaii. 2 meters telescope. That is M51. I had the opportunity to take this image. We are also here working with students to edit this image. You have it in 3 colors, and now we are producing color images with these 3 different images, different filters. This for me is one of the most beautiful images that I had the opportunity to take. And now, new image that received in February. This is M33, M66. This is something that is amazing. Now we have opportunity to use, since I think I began to use 2 years ago, the lyceum observatory, and now we have another project with them that allow us to use to make live observations using the telescope in Hawaii. You have 30 minutes, almost 1 hour per month to use to take images, live images. This is M64, M65, and this was the last image that is M61. That for me was something fantastic. I had the opportunity to take almost all the galaxies that you can take images, that you can see, that is in Messier catalog. And on information that all the events that you organize, everybody asks us is about the total number of the moons in the solar system, because when looking at the internet, you have different informations from different places, and this is the last list of natural satellites of the planets. And as we know, we have Saturn now. We have a lot of moons that recognize there, that have 146 moons orbiting Saturn.
Wow.
In Jupiter, 95, Uranus, 28,
that.
Neptune, 16, Mars and Earth, Then it's a total of 288 natural satellites of the planets. That is a lot of satellites. Most of them are very small, but is a huge number. And we also have natural satellites in dwarf planets. And now we consider in the last, I think that is the most complete information. We have a total of 9 dwarf planets recognized. They recognize 9 dwarf planets, and we have a total of 12 natural satellites. And Pluto, as we know, we know 5 moons around Pluto. And you have a lot of moons orbiting asteroids and trans-Neptunian objects. Then we have many moons that you can consider in the solar system. One of them that a few years ago I was analyzing was the asteroid Sylvia. Sylvia has 2 moons orbiting the asteroids, very small moons. And this is something that all the events that you organize, people ask us about the moons of the planets, and now you have also to consider the dwarf planets. And as we have a few days to organize the event. We will begin in February 14 our campaign for the observation of the total lunar eclipse that we will have the opportunity to observe in from March 13 to March 14 during the night. Then, what is the problem for us here in Brazil? Because the carnival will finish in the beginning of March. Then 1 week later, we have the total solar eclipse, total lunar eclipse. Then we have a few days to after the carnival to organize everything. Then we are beginning the organization now. We are asking to close one of the bridges of our cities, and we are going to be there with our telescope. We did this 1 year. We had the participation of 10,000 people, almost 10,000 people there to observe the lunar eclipse. And this year, we are, I don't know if we have so many people because it will be after 2 a.m. From 2 a.m. until the beginning of until the sunrise. Here I have here the information about the eclipse. I don't know. It will be possible to see in the United States. I don't know, but in Argentina, I think that only part of the eclipse that will be possible to see, not the total eclipse. Here in our city, we are going to see all the total eclipse. We are going to lose only the end of the partial eclipse because you have the sunrise. Here are the information for our city. I think that I showed this in the last program. Here in Brazil, for us, the partial eclipse will begin 2:09 a.m. The full eclipse, the total eclipse will begin 3:26 a.m. and will finish 4:31 a.m. And the partial eclipse will finish 5:47, but it will be near the horizon and probably the sun will be in the sky, already in the sky, because in this period of summer, very early that to have the sun. Then we are trying to organize a special event even at this time, and we are beginning to visit the schools as I did today to talk about the eclipse, to organize the event. I'm asking everybody that has telescope here in our region in Brazil to come with us to our events. We organize events in 6 different cities. And I think that until the day of the eclipse, we will be in 10 cities with telescopes to make observations of the eclipse. Let's see what are going to happen because for us here, it will be, if you don't have any surprise during the year, it will be the most important astronomical event of the year for us, for the popularization of the astronomy here. Then I don't know what will happen these days. I hope it is a period we have a lot of rains. I hope that we have clear sky this day. That's a lot, and have the opportunity to see this fantastic event. What's happening? And now, before I finish, only make the announcement again of our international events that it will happen from April 10 to 12. Everybody's invited to be here. If someone wants to visit us, we have conditions to offer hotel and meals during the period of the event. Only need to arrive here in the city of Rio de Janeiro. We will meet you at the airport and come with you to our city and then return with you to the city of Rio de Janeiro. Our city is located 270 kilometers far from the city of Rio de Janeiro. And we have confirmed the participation of Gabe Gabriel, Alejandra from Leon Costello from Costa Rica, that is one of the pioneers of astronomy in Costa Rica. Edgar Castro from Guatemala, that's a pioneer of astronomy in Guatemala. Alejandro Sommer from Argentina. He is the director of the Dark Sky chapter in Argentina. Fernando Fabiani, that is from Uruguay. He is director of the Dark Sky chapter in Uruguay. And Daniel Brito, that is expert in exoplanets. Will be make a presentation about exoplanets here. And Júlio Fabres, that is a cosmologist, that will be here. We are organizing from May and June a special course of cosmology in our city here, in partnership with the group of Júlio Fabres. And we are waiting more confirmation of participation at this event. Everybody will be very welcome here. Thank you very much, Scott.
Excellent.
For the invitation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I hope one day I can fix the camera here.
Yes, me too. Me too.
But thank you very much to have me.
Thank you so much. Thank
Have a
you,
nice
Marcello. Okay, our next speaker is Tom Meneghini. Tom is someone that's been associated with Mount Wilson for a very long time. He's a good friend. He is the former director of Mount Wilson Observatory, but I think he's there all the time. He's given so much outreach work and so much of himself to educate the public with an amazingly historic instruments, which include all the amazing and venerable telescopes of Mount Wilson Observatory. Tom has, I think, started his interest in astronomy as a child, and he's made it a lifelong ambition to not only help the observatory through education, but financially. He's a financial expert as well, and has helped them in so many ways. Tom, thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party, and thanks for your patience. It's been a kind of a long, drawn out Global Star Party, but
no.
There's a long story to tell here with the unique history of astronomy. So
well, I don't want to keep everybody up past midnight if I were to do it, but I like my role is.
You've done it before, though. You do it with the telescopes often.
Yeah, it's not really work. It's if it's a labor, it's a labor of love. I really enjoy working with people and with the telescopes. It's it's a unique place in the world. Historically, very, very important. Like you said, I've been looking up since about 1957, I think. Yep. And I've built a few scopes, and I've dabbled in it. I've had careers. I've had to drop it for a while to earn a living, but I've always come back to it. But my new role, I'm just going to cut to the chase here. My newest role is just dealing with the telescopes as the director of telescope operations. Last spring, we completed the reilluminization of the 100-inch optics of the primary, secondary, and tertiary mirrors. Next time I'm on here, I might have a little video, well, not video, but little pictorial stage of progress of the various phases of doing that process, which I think would be fascinating, since it was a 2-week job. I think you were there for the previous one, weren't you, Scott? You were there
for part of it, yeah. You guys were you were showing me how the mirror was removed and all the rest of it, just to see the infrastructure of the 100-inch telescope like that was really amazing to me. It's it's one of the great instruments of the world. It, expanded our knowledge of the universe, and so many wonderful and legendary astronomers worked on it. So,
well, Mount Wilson was the who's who of astronomy for
yes,
half a century. So anybody who was anybody came to do work at Mount Wilson if they were serious.
That's right.
But now it's kind of long in the tooth. It's been surpassed in size, but I've
It's a
always
beautiful instrument, though. It is just to
I
look at it.
it's still it's still one of the few diffraction limited pieces of optics in the world. So uh, it is a magnificent scope, and it's in working with it or working on it. Um, it's kind of this is you think this is irreplaceable. We're lifting up a 9,000-pound mirror by squeezing it from the outside and holding it.
Just by the edges, right?
By the edges. And there's no superior way of doing this. I would have thought they would have come up with one, but no. It is frightening, and everybody holds their breath when we pick up the mirrors, especially the primary. But what I've concentrated on doing now is getting it back to science. We've with Instar and Stellar groups that Russ Genet has put together, we are doing student science on the 100-inch and 60-inch, bringing up high school students to help capture data for closely spaced binary stars. Basically, speckle interferometry is what they're using. And they're doing data reduction and publishing papers, which I think is fantastic. If I were a high school student and could credit a published paper or even jointly published paper, I think that would get me in anywhere.
Absolutely.
I hope so. That's kind of what I'm looking for now, and to actually optimize the 100-inch for that process, which is 2.5 meters. We have 2 ports. We're using one for optical, and we're piggybacking instruments on it. But there's a South Cassegrain port that at f16 all by itself would be a wonderful instrument spot where we could put heavy instruments on it. We're going to try and get a spectrophotometer for it. We're going to apply for grants to get a spectrophotometer. Don't know if we'll do it, but that's the plan.
Well, you can let us know if you guys launch something like that, and we'll spread the word and try to get some funds going that way. So.
We know the local colleges and JCs are interested in participating. A few people at JPL have been after this for years and years, and I hope to get it together in the next 2 or 3 years. But basically, that's my role right now, and I'm going up right now. Well, actually, when it stops raining and stops snowing and stops burning, I'm gonna go back up this.
Right now, the instruments are still safe, right? I mean,
they're safe. They are safe.
We all watched fires and the webcams at Mount Wilson.
Right.
You could see flames and fire kind of silhouetting some of the domes, and it was scary. So.
Well, actually, we were pre-disasterized by the prior fire, the Bobcat fire.
Right.
It burnt everything up to the edge of the observatory on 3 sides. The one side it didn't burn was where the broadcasters were, and that's where it came up that time, and that's where they had only one front to fight. So we were unscathed by the whole thing, although we had like 300 firefighters up there. I don't know how many units, but they used us as a base because we put in a water supply, a cistern actually, of 530,000 gallons of water for that purpose, and so they had that available to use, and it was great. It was a good asset for a disaster like this, and a good investment.
Absolutely.
But But that's what I'm doing now. I enjoy it. We still have, I'm training operators, training session directors, docents, and so forth. We have some new offerings. We have our engineers said, we'd like to try do a special tour for people who are so inclined, an engineering tour. So they got together, put together a program. It's only like 10, 12 people can go, but it's the engineering tour and they sell out usually
Oh,
in
wow.
2 hours when we have them. They're just amazing, amazing things. It's the nuts and bolts. You crawl in under the bellies of the beasts, go all through them, and it's a fantastic program.
Wow.
We're going to try and do more of that. It's too bad, but it's limited in how many people you can squeeze through a place. So, but it's very enjoyable. We're trying new things. We have our concert series, of course, and our
Yes.
lectures. That's our standard fare. It's very successful. It has kind of put us on the map because we're now getting into the cultural, scientific, and all other aspects of the community. Even though
Sure.
we're a bit of a drive, as you know, but we're not.
Hey, it's right there at the, right at the foot of Pasadena. So if you go to Mount Wilson, you can just have an incredible, life-changing, amazing experience up there on the mountain. And then you can hang out in Pasadena, a day or so later if you so choose, and just have an incredible time. With all the culinary experience that's there and the culture that's in Pasadena. It's just fantastic, So I see Mount Wilson, especially with the rise of astrotourism, the way that it's just exploding right now. I mean, if you don't put Mount Wilson on your bucket list of places to be at, you're really missing out because this is one of the Hale's great achievements is putting these telescopes up on Mount Wilson. Hubble was there, Bada was there. I mean, we could probably go down this list of all these
Shapley, the whole rest
amazing.
of them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite a list. So
That's right.
it's
Now,
very
also at Mount Wilson, this is where we had the first meeting of the Alliance of Historic
right.
Observatories, and that is a growing organization now. I was at the last General Assembly meeting at the Vatican Observatory, and there are historic observatories around the world that are inspired by this organization, inspired by what Mount Wilson started, and it's growing, and we're helping each other out. And so there's a docent meeting, I think, happening at McDonald Observatory. There's another General Assembly meeting. If you couldn't go to the one in Europe, you can go to one in the United States. And if you'll want to go if you're part of a historic observatory or you support a historic observatory. You're going to want to be part of this. These observatories still serve their communities. They are inspirational. They're not, they're not just in mothballs, or at least we're trying to keep them not in mothballs, but return them back to doing science like they are at Mount Wilson. Tom touched on that they're doing speckle interferometry. I mean, the speckle interferometer that they have, or this whole system is built by amateurs, with software, custom designed by amateur astronomers, but they're bringing the telescope back to life, and doing some really cool stuff, So,
well, so we're going to expand it to daytime too. We are going to get the 150-foot solar tower back up to snuff, getting it all of its scanning capabilities. We had some purists that said, "Oh, we want to do it the way we did it, 50, 100 years ago. We want the same stuff." And I said, "Well, we can do this." I said, "Why? We can do it with a Raspberry Pi. We can eliminate all that stuff." So we've reached that impasse, and we're going to go with modern equipment, but we'll be using the old the Babcock gratings in that and everything else, which are fantastic resolution. So we might get science going in on the 150-foot too. I'd love to see that as well.
Very, very cool. So, Tom, if someone, just wants to get involved with this or support Mount Wilson, where do they go? How do they sign up? What do they do?
Well, our website is mtmountwilson.edu, mtwilson.edu.
Okay.
There are various tabs and pages that you can go in. You can donate, you can sign up, you can reserve a scope for viewing when we get the calendar up for 2025. It's a multifunctional port, not 100%, but covers most of the bases.
Yes. Yeah. Dan Garrett, watching live on Facebook, wants to remind us that Lick Observatory is another historic observatory here in California.
Oh, yeah.
And they are one of the founding members as well of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. So you can search Alliance of Historic Observatories on Google and go straight to their website and learn what's going on with that organization. But Mount Wilson is near and dear to my heart, and I, for a while, maintained one of the telescopes up there, the little 16-inch that was installed by Meade Instruments, and on occasion they would let me sit in on some of the observing runs that they were doing on the 100-inch. I think it was called the HK project, as somebody alluded to earlier.
Yes, it was. Yeah, both 60-inch and 100-inch. The 16-inch is going to be joined by a plane wave very shortly.
Okay, very good.
So it's going to be, we don't know if it's I think it's going to be a 24-inch plane wave is what Las Cumbres is going to put in there. We're going to become part of the Las Cumbres Observatory Network. But we've ask that we have 30% of the time for hands-on student science, where you can actually go up to the scope and touch the stuff and push the buttons. Because I don't know, I don't think everybody can learn with Nintendo astronomy, on a computer. I think hands-on is the way to do it.
Going up to the instrument and
nothing like it.
That's right.
It's excellent reinforcement for
That's right.
for any student, I believe, anyway. Because you know what can go wrong. Otherwise, you know what can go wrong.
Yes.
So it's something I still love, and I'll do it as long as I can climb stairs and drive up to the observatory. So
yes, I think you'll be doing it for a while.
I hope so.
Tom.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Coming on to Global Star Party.
All right. We hope we have you this summer, maybe at the observatory to come up.
I hope so. So. We got to, the COVID speed bump caused a lot of things to happen, but we're getting back in gear here with events, and we've done events at Mount Wilson, and I want to get back to it. So. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you, and missed you for a long time, and it's nice to meet up with you again.
You too.
Take care.
You too, Tom. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Maxi Falares. Maxi is in Argentina. He's a fantastic astrophotographer. When Maxi first came onto our program, he had like a 4.5-inch Newtonian telescope, and he had made an astrocam out of a mobile phone, like a smartphone, where he took the lens out and just had the sensor on there and was blowing us all away by these amazing images that he did with this setup. And anyways, he has since gotten more advanced equipment, but Maxi's the kind of guy that squeezes every last drop out of the equipment that he has. And you can't say that about a lot of people that buy nice gear. They don't push it as hard as they can. Maxi's the exception. And if you're so inspired, you can always contact Maxi, and he can give you ideas on how to get there. Maxi, thank you so much for coming on to Global Star Party.
Thank you to you for inviting me again, Scott, and I'm glad to be here I was missing for a while, but well, thank you for the presentation. Yes, I put out the lens of an old smartphone, Samsung S4,
Oh yeah.
mini S4 of 2014, sorry. So that's why it was an oldest smartphone, but so to get a practice to do some astrophoto, to start, it was a good one. Then I did the same thing with a Huawei P10 Plus, and and now unfortunately that cell phone doesn't work anymore for program obsolescence, you know. But anyway, that's why I started to do some astrophotos. Today I knew Tommy talking about how he started years ago, and I was watching myself, you know, in the way of how I started to do this, how I what was my objectives, my dreams to do, you know. I always wonder to take pictures like Hubble Space Telescope or something like that, and I I was always amazing for those pictures. So,
Yes.
and I was wondering how they do that. So, anyway, start in a single way, with some advices from people. From Cesar, is a friend of us, Cesar Brollo, and of course a lot of friends in here in Argentina and other parts of the world, you know, because this community cross borders, cross lands, nations, because we are on under the same sky. Well,
Yes.
not in this part of the earth, because I
You
have
guys have the
my southern
best Milky
objects.
Way sky.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, we have the Milky Way too, so we can share it.
Yes.
So, well, what I'm going to talk about, in my, I think my last presentation was talking about my trip to the Galileo, or Centro Astronómico Leoncito. Is in the national park in San Juan province.
Hello.
Let me share my screen.
How are you?
Who's talking?
Just survive.
Oh, here.
I
There
think
we
it's
go.
some.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tom just has a
yeah.
visitor. It's okay.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yep. With that amazing
Okay.
eclipse
Por
shot that
supuesto, ahí la veo.
are so familiar with.
Yeah, this is my epic photo that I always wanted to take, and of course, this is my screen in my TV. So what I'm going to talk is the trip that I did with some friends, astro friends, that invite me to go to the observatory in San Juan. That, like I say, let me. How there we go. Let me put it on the map so you can find it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's. I have some pictures of this trip. We have a lot, you know. This is the view of the road that we had to do. This is my car, and this is the Diego's truck. It's a Toyota, and we stopped to watch the full view. Sorry, that wasn't the picture of the Andes Mountains in that time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was
Beautiful.
amazed because this this day it was, I think, the first time that I see with details the Andes mountains and with snow, because now that they they still have snow, but anyway, it's the freezing. So watch this, the clear sky, the clouds, watching these forms reminds me, for example, the helmets, the Torre Helmets Nebula, because of the clouds that it has, and compare with the astrophotos. And when we arrived, uh, we have the partial solar eclipse in October. Here's me with the sunglasses and the gears that we had. This is Germán preparing the gear too. And we had then a trip inside of this building. This is
Oh, wow.
the observatory of Galileo. This is a very huge telescope.
Mhm.
We stay here for 3 nights. There was the first one was good, and the next two was very, very good.
Mm.
So we went to do some tour. I take picture of this. This is the where they put the aluminum on the mirror, because every 5 years they have to re-aluminize the mirror. So they explain us how they do it.
Oh.
Uh, you know, we feel like very nerd tour, because there were some tourists with us in this tour, and they was, oh, good, oh, they don't even realize what was happening. It was incredible, because
Yes.
in this place they burn the mirror with tungsten and put aluminum on there. It is the um, uh, bell, campana de vacío, we say it, but it's unique in Argentina, because there's, I think, Cesar, if you can help me, maybe there's another one in Córdoba or in La Plata,
Um,
but
no, no, no. This is the biggest vacuum chamber
vacuum
in
chamber
all. Yes,
in
yes, it's the biggest vacuum chamber in Argentina. Because the other ones in La Plata or in Córdoba are smaller.
ah
um, we talk and uh, we was thinking in how we can start to use for manufacture mirror or simply aluminum covering, for the amateur astronomers for their mirrors. But it's so complicated because you need a lot of mirrors to
a lot
use.
of mirror, yes, and
Yeah,
it's
yes,
very expensive.
yes,
It's
yes.
very
But it
expensive.
is,
So
as you tell, that they use for each. Yes, I love this place. I went
I
2 years ago with my father and my brother, and
Oh, wow.
it's amazing.
believe
Do you
me,
feel? Do you
I, I
feel?
tiny, and believe me, I was smiling. You know me, guys. I
Yeah,
always smile,
yeah.
but the
I can
weather
feel
is
your.
so dry that my lips cracks. I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
even
Yeah.
smile here because it's
Yeah.
very dry.
Yes.
Yeah, you
It's
I
have to bring
understand. I understand your emotion.
chapstick or
yeah.
something.
So
No,
Yeah.
I can't even talk, and
Moisturizer.
I was amazed by this,
yeah.
watching all the instruments, the cameras,
Yeah.
watching this like a guided scope. This is a big telescope for me, but this was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
And You know the tourist that was that this was Rocio. She was the our guiding, and the tourist that came with us to do this tour. They oh wow, it's big. Oh, you don't even realize what is this. You know, we have this the same thing or some kind of this uh, like amateur with very smaller. You know, you can see here this the for to calibrate the white balance, and this is the how they charge the mirror. You know, when they put it in the underfloor to put it in the vacuum chamber. You know, this was incredible. And of course, watching these cameras, the sensors, I when I saw this out coolant and in coolant, you know, I don't know what I thought it was water, but then the guy says no, it's nitrogen to freeze the sensor, and I'm using a Peltier, you know, it's
Oh yeah.
incredible. So anyway, I was feeling like a child, you know. This is the plate in the base of the telescope, because the name is Jorge Saade, in recognize of his relevant support and progress of the investigation in the astronomic science, 13th of December of 1996. And
Ah.
you know, I I took a picture of this because this is the clock that is still working right now. Um, programs or things to control the telescope, but this is still working because if that doesn't work anymore, could replace it.
Mm.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the
That's Bowler and
telescope console.
Shivens. Yeah. This is a
Yes, a
very
Bowler and
famous
Shivens.
manufacturer of professional equipment back in the day. I don't know if Bowler and Shivens still exists, but
No, I think not. And we have in the area, this is the what 2 meters and 15
Mhm.
centimeters. It's almost 84 inches telescope.
Yeah.
And in the region here is the biggest one of this kind. They explain us. So the console is very old, but still working. You know, it's danger. Do not touch electricity.
Oh, I
And
see.
uh,
Right.
for of course they have the setting of the telescope, the inclination, the latitude of the Casleo is the place. No, you know, it was incredible. And also I visited this. They gave us an opportunity to visit a radio telescope that study the sun, the sunspots, and every day is working on this. This is a Brazilian telescope that they use it remotely, but is in this place too. It was incredible, and of course we have the here with the guys. Here's me. Here's Diego from Mendoza, the province next me, and here's Germán Bacaro and Gabriel Peluso. All the three guys invite me to do this travel to this place. You can see it's desert, only desert, but very high altitude, very dry. So to do astrophotography is very good. You can see there's more equipment than persons, you know. So the night was freezing, but okay because we are nearby the Andes, and here's the guys then when we finish the tour, and some pictures of the observatory at night. You can see the large magnetic cloud and the smaller with the observatory. I think they were watching TV because the lights goes on and off sometimes. Here's the National Park El Leoncito, or the Little Lion, National Park Administration. So this is the at the end of this road behind these mountains. It was very hot day, but it was still snow in some places. So this is another picture that we did because almost nobody was traveling. So we have the background of the Andes in this road. And well, of course, I been for 3 days, so I was uh, doing some processing. First of all, let me show you where is the, well, that doesn't work the internet very good. Let's go to the photos. This is the comet Tsuchijan Atlas in October at the dawn of the sunrise. It was very good to see it.
Look at that. That's a nice comet.
Yeah, this is the first time that I see it, a comet with my own eyes.
Yeah.
And well, it was
Beautiful.
incredible.
Beautiful.
Then, of course, we had the solar eclipse, but it was partial. This is almost at the end.
Mhm.
But anyway, you can see all
Look, all
the
the activity
sunspots.
on the sun. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's great.
that's right. And the edge of the moon, and of
Mhm.
course the sun.
Beautiful.
And of course the Pleiades. Today Ron Beecher was showing this one. It was a very
Very
good
nice.
picture.
Very
I
nice.
and I did this. I was trying to do it not to go in very rough with the colors and of course with the lights of the stars, but
Mhm.
I was focused on the shapes of the clouds that's nearby the star cluster. So of course I did the Andromeda Galaxy because this is a really good one to capture at that latitude in that time of the year, because we have it very low at the horizon, but with um, with smaller field of view, you can capture it. But also I did with a 8 inches telescope this galaxy. This is
Wow.
NGC 1097. This is a
Look at
close-up
that. The beautiful spiral.
of the galaxy. Yeah,
Spectacular.
I really love to process this, the core, the arms, the clouds, amazing, and of course
Beautiful.
the background, the another galaxies,
Yeah.
and it
Beautiful.
was a really good one. Uh, then I came back. I did this also in San Juan in this place. This is Cetus A and NGC 1055 with this brightest star.
Yeah.
But I really love the process that I get with this one because I almost processed for 10 times. I don't
Wow.
really, and the finished work, I didn't like it, but in this time, yeah, because I love the bluest and the purple places. I really like the balance of the colors. And of course, this is the in our nearby galaxy, NGC 300. This is my latest work that I did on processing, and I really love the core that I get with the fine details of the clouds and the small brightest nebulas that has it inside of this galaxy. And even those galaxy clusters, there was a lot of galaxies in the background. But anyway, to do this, I was 448 pictures of 1 minute. It took me, I think, 2 nights, because the first one I didn't take pictures. Then when I came back to my city, Potrero de Funes, I did this one for only 45 minutes. You know this, like the Running Man Nebula, right?
Yes.
Well, now here in Argentina, we're trying to change that, because you can see the Running Man, but now we don't see anymore the Running Man. We see the Dibu Martinez, our goalkeeper of the national selection, at the
Very good, very
100
good.
at the final kick of Colomwani, that he saves with his leg, and you
Yep.
can see there is
There he
the
is.
leg and the star. And to accomplish our champion, we put in our jersey the star of the world champion that we won. So we won 3. And how many stars that we have here? 3. So it was perfectly on this
Yes.
particular object that says, guys,
So Maxi,
in
say
Argentina,
again the
it's
new name
it's
of
like a,
nebula after this
it's
after your star player. What are you?
I like to call it Dibu Martinez, because Dibu is like a draw, but a draw is dibujo, but Dibu is shorter of the draw, and Martinez is his last name, because his name is Emiliano Martinez. So Emiliano Dibu is
Right.
Like a cartoon
like
character, more.
exactly.
Yeah, well, we will.
Like a
I
cartoon character.
will try and propagate this. So
Yeah.
I'll be sure when I share my image, I will call it the Dibu Martinez Nebula.
Nebula.
No
So,
longer the Running
Yes.
Man.
Yeah.
I will try and spread
our
that in here in the
our
States.
Chilean neighbor.
Totally, Adrian. Yes. The football, the
Yeah.
Thank you,
soccer, but
Adrian.
it's the
You're going
football
to
Martinez.
be
invited finally United States. Yeah.
We will do our
Today we
best
was
to
talking, yeah, with Scott about Messi, and
Yes.
yes,
yeah, he was in the
Yeah, my wife
NFL
is a
final.
huge fan of
Messi.
football, soccer football, and yeah, she was so pleased. She's from Honduras, and Messi had visited Honduras recently, so created quite an excitement. So,
Well, send my regards to your wife.
yeah, I will.
So, well, what I'm doing right now, I'm not doing very. I don't have too much time to do astrophotography, but what I'm doing is kind of a job, but I don't see it like that, because now I'm employed. But anyway, in my free time, I'm going to a place where people sells things and objects, and go tourist, so they can, if they want to collaborate with money, of course I will be grateful, but if they not, that's no problem too. So I can uh, show you there the planets, the moon, for all the ages, you know. And this give me very good gratitude, because I started with this a month and a half, and in this time, 3 people, they started to cry when they saw the moon for the first time.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah,
know, they
this can
told me,
happen.
yeah, they told me, "Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm crying. I can't believe it," you know. And I was shocked because, of course, if it's the first time, of course, you will blown up, but to the point of cry is very deep, and this mm, give me that strength to continue to do this because we have the moon every single month, but we don't see it like with a telescope that you have that you can touch it almost, you
Yeah.
know. So doing this, a guy from here that do tourists to the people that come to this place uh, told me that he want to take my service with the telescope and invite me to a place. It's a Salt Lake Drive here in San Luis. So we went to this place. It's very, very dry. You can see
Oh,
we
yeah.
are here above a mountain of salt, you know.
Yes.
And I put in my equipment, take care of the salt and everything. And, you know, I did this picture of the comet here at the west.
Beautiful.
I with my
Beautiful.
cell phone only. I put it
Wow.
on the ground, uh, and I didn't even use a tripod. I only put it to my chair, hold it so it doesn't fall, and start to do some pictures, you know. And then I tell a guy, you know, put on there and don't move. So with a flashlight that another person point,
Oh, wow.
I didn't
That's a
tell.
great shot.
They
That is a great
they
shot.
took a big picture. You know, this
Yeah.
is a unique photo.
Yes.
So when I said
Beautiful.
this to him, he was very grateful.
Sure.
And of there's a little video of the
Hmm.
sunset of the place. You know, and a couple of days ago, I tried to do with shirtless people to, you know, tell them they can go to a private place, to do a chat of astronomy, to do some astrophotography, observing, of course. This is a place of my father that has in the middle of this town where I live, and you can see there's nobody, but you have a very a panoramical view. You can see that there was the moon, and this is another picture that I took with the telescope before they come there. I did this video, like the
Hmm.
sun. I don't know if you can hear the sound
No.
of the video. No. Ah, it's very quiet. Only
Very
wind,
quiet.
some birds, very quiet.
And we did hear it.
And when the people came, look, this is my car.
Yeah.
A person that was wanted to be in this very. It was almost 3 hours of this encounter.
Hmm.
So in this case, they give me money to do this particularly talk about astronomy, about this
Very good.
celestial mechanical. So they was very, very happy to uh, before the dark comes up. We talk about the planets. You know, there was a
Yes.
kid that always asked me everything, but in a way that I couldn't believe it that he was at that age. He was a very fanatic of astronomy, and he was very, very happy when saw Venus, when they saw Saturn, when they saw Jupiter, Mars, that was mind blowing. Then when they saw the moon, of course, it was better. But more, then more later, we tried to capture M42, and everyone wants to capture M42, and they couldn't with the cell phone. You know, I have the to grab it on the ocular, and they was very happy to do that. My objective is to they have the principles of astronomy in the region of here in the south. What they are watching is understand what they're watching, and then finally let's do pictures. That's no problem. But first of all, you have to see it, and you have to understand it. So here's the final picture that I did. With when we finished the chat, they was all very happy. So
Yes.
this is now my job, but I don't see it like a
It
job.
could be your job. It could be your job. There are people now doing astrotourism full time. So
Yeah, here there's a lot of people, and of course there's a lot of envy. There, people say, "Oh, what you are robbing?" No, I'm showing astronomy in a private way, and if they want to learn, they want to be there.
Yeah.
We have here nearby my city an observatory of La Punta, but in this time of the year with this kind of tourists, they only open 2 nights every week, and then they do a morning shift, and that's all. Uh, Depends of the government that have it, if they give opportunities or not. But in this case, when I go to this fair, the people passing by, they ask me how much cost, and I say, first watch, then you decide. Because if you can, I will be grateful. If you're not, that's no problem. You can see anyway, even
Sure.
the childs, even the grown up people. You know, even there are people very old. They then never saw the moon with very big.
Yeah.
And that's
Sure.
it's like kind of approach the astronomy to the people that never couldn't see it or feel it, you
Right.
know. So it's what I'm doing right now, and my wife,
That's wonderful. It's wonderful.
she supports me
I hope that
too.
you can, Maxie. I hope that you can. You know, I know this is your passion, your dream, your energy, all of this. So if you are able to support yourself, this is not something that will make someone rich, but
No.
it is something. But it is something that you could earn a living doing. So there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, think of musicians and stuff that support themselves and artists that support themselves. Most of them are not wealthy, rich people, okay? But they are doing something that comes from the heart and is appreciated by other people, and it makes life nice. So that's what I can say.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your words, guys. This.
So I encourage you. I know other people who do it. So, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with making a living doing this. So that's great.
Well, thank you
That's
so
great.
much. Well, thank you for
All right,
my
Maxie.
presentation, for your
Thank you.
time. I hope you not to be late. And I'm seeing you are freezing right now. You have your
I
jacket.
just feel a little, it's a little cold in my office for some
Yeah,
reason, but
I'm kind of brown or burning like with the sun because we are in summer here, and yesterday we had almost 40 degrees Celsius, so
oh
it
yeah.
was very, very hot. But yeah, well,
All right.
today is okay. Well, thank you
Thank you,
guys,
Maxi.
and
Thank you.
we'll be in touch.
All right. Okay. Thank you
Gracias,
so
Maxi.
much.
Qué bueno verte otra vez.
Good to see you again, Maxi.
All
Sí,
right.
buenísimo. Volviste. Se te extrañaba.
So our next speaker is
Ahí te habla.
Adrian Bradley. Adrian is, one of the fantastic landscape photographers out there, but he does incredible night sky work, and his images of the Milky Way are stunning. And we always love to have him on as he takes us through the Milky Way, similar to like Robert Reeves, who knows the moon like the back of his hand. Adrian's starting to really learn about the structure of the Milky Way and stuff from his night sky photography. And he shares his passion and his knowledge. And we're always glad to have him on Global Star Party. So thank you for coming on.
I'm always glad to be here, even though I think my connection's not so good. Can you hear me okay, Scott? Am I
hear
coming
you
through?
fine. Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. Well, that's good. So I got the slideshow prepared. My machine is running slow because I've not rebooted it in about a month, but I'm
Okay.
going to do the best that I can. We were talking about history, and even if I don't get to pull this off because of the slowness of my machine, the message I wanted to give Scott and to the rest of Global Star Party is we take it for granted, but every single time you look up at the night sky, you're looking into the past. We know that time moves along, and all it takes is 5 seconds, and something is 5 seconds ago. Maxi's presentation is now history. It was 10 seconds ago. The time just keeps moving. But when we look at the night sky, it's so vast that time appears to be unchanging. And so with that, what I'm going to do is just show my slide deck. I will share my screen, and I'm just going to share the desktop. I'm going to click through the slide deck. You can see it. It's the presentation. I tried to run the presentation while Maxi was going, and it seemed to move slow, and I didn't want to risk. But you should still be able to see the slides that are in my deck, looking into the past and the things that I want to, the things that I'm going to cover, other than the affiliations are here. I have this poem whenever I'm tempted, wherever clouds arise, when songs give way to signing, when hope within me dies. I draw closer to the sky. From care it sets me free. My eye is on the sky, and I know it watches me. My eyes on the sky, and I know it watches me. This poem was adapted from our beloved David from The Eyes on the Sparrow. Those that you may recognize it, this word was sparrow. And whether you're talking about the sky or the sparrow, in which case this is a red-winged blackbird. If you're talking about any of these, you can look at any of those objects and feel, I'm at peace. But when you look up at the sky, you not only feel at peace, but you're looking into the past. The presentation discusses, the fact that though we have earthly history here with these footprints, we also have a history in the sky. And so when we look up, we instantly see the past. We instantly see far into the past. When you're looking at the planet Jupiter, which you can still see in our night sky near Orion, This picture was taken last year, September. The sky hasn't changed too much. Jupiter has moved a little further off of Orion and a little taller, more near Auriga, I believe. But you're looking at Jupiter 43 minutes after the light bounced off of the sun and heading towards you. For the Orion Nebula over here and the Horsehead, which in this particular picture you don't see very well, this belt region, these objects are over 1,300 years away at the speed of light. So their distance in miles, you do the calculation, it's quite far, and you're looking at something that you can see, but you can't reach in your lifetime. I have this article here that I found, which I thought was a pretty good article about how far away the objects are, deep space objects. Brian Oberline wrote it, and I used it to get a couple of those numbers. There's so many other things, the distance to Betelgeuse here, the distance to Rigel, that we could discuss. This is where I say from year to year, the night sky does not change much. And no matter what part of Black Mesa or Kenton, Oklahoma, I took these pictures, there you see the very similar structure with the stars in the night sky here. This bright one happens to be Sirius. And then there's Procyon, as it can be pronounced. And this is the Beehive, something that you generally see in dark skies along with the zodiacal light around September. Slightly different time of night, but very similar skies. Here, the Beehive is within the zodiacal light.
Right.
But I look forward to this view because of the timing of the Okie-Tex Star Party. This view is typically in the sky early in the morning, some 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You have to stay up really, really late to see Orion rising. And now this part of the Milky Way here, there's the North American. This is Cygnus. Here's the same thing. What I'm bringing out here is your own history of capturing the night sky, or of where you've been. You capture these images and they become your own historical documents of where you've traveled and what you have seen. And looking back at the images doesn't have to be so much about how pretty the images are, as in the significance, what you felt when you took those images, what you were looking at, noticing the same. If you use your processing techniques right, this place is not as dark as this place in terms of or not as transparent. The darkness meter readings were a little less here in northern lower Michigan. This is Kenton, Oklahoma. The transparency is more here. The sky reaches a different color. The sky glow prevented the sky from being even darker, but you could still pick up, with very similar techniques, you pick up a little more detail here. But those are the sort of things that you lock away in your mind when you're thinking about history of places, and it also helps you understand the differences in the places where you image. And in some places, Earth's history, is more on display. You see structures here that are older, that are undisturbed, as opposed to this particular location may have changed as the river, if this river has changed course over the years due to man-made town structures. This is the mighty Asaba River, the northern lower part of Michigan. And so you're doing outreach, and we tell people you're looking, back in time. When you look, how far back in time can you see? It might blow people away when you point at this smudge right here and say you're looking roughly 2.5 million years in time back in time to see this Andromeda galaxy, which is a small little smudge in this image, but that is the Andromeda galaxy. We missed the Pinwheel galaxy, but this one is further away, and of course it's coming right for us. I forget the amount of time, but it's pretty sure you won't have a front row seat alive here on Earth. It's up to your beliefs and mine whether we'll get to see it way in the future, depending on, again, depends on beliefs. But I sure hope I see it. But that is while I'm around, take the picture and enjoy it. And that's part of not only are we looking at the past, you're also looking at the present when you look at all this sky glow, which you may not have seen in previous pictures. So you're getting kind of a history of how active the sun is. This year, real quick, I'll mention this year, a lot of night sky imagers notice these greens and these reds. There may be crown of aurora down here too. That particular color red looks more like the crown of aurora. So this would be the second time I've accidentally imaged aurora. But the imagers were noticing the greens and the reds, and they were wondering if they should take that out of their images because it don't know what it is. It's an artifact. Well, with the sun being active, more sky glow is appearing in the night sky. And with all of the folks doing night sky imaging, more people were capturing it and just kind of wondering what it was. And perfect example, in a couple of slides, I'm going to have a picture I took in 2022 of the Milky Way. Even though it wasn't as dark a sight, you notice that this sort of sky glow is absent.
Mm-hmm.
So looking back in history, there's another perspective we can take. We know that the moon formed. There are different theories on its formation, but it has been around since the age of the dinosaurs, and much earlier than that. But when you see now, if you were here for Robert Reeves, you know all about everything that we're seeing here. He
That's right.
described this crater. He described the mare here. And, every time I listen to Robert, I swear I'm going to remember. And, Mare Imbrium, I believe, is this. I know this is Copernicus, Aristarchus over here, and Tycho. I upped the saturation of this. It was a popular thing to, this is sort of a mineral moon. This isn't the mineral moon that you've seen from other astrophotographers. And I remember NASA putting it, there was an APOD site that had a few years ago used the mineral moon as the picture of the day because the correlation between the colors and actual minerals on the moon, there was a correlation there. So we, even though the imager just raised the saturation and thought it looked cool, there was actual scientific value in that image. So the mineral moon became a popular way to do it. I did not push the saturation much in my moon picture, but I leave all of the moon history detail to Robert Reeves. We're indebted to him for his vast knowledge. And with all of these craters that he's discussed and told us about and this history, it's actually a history of the planet Earth too. Planet Earth received the same amount of bombardment, but because of the geology, I said geography. It's my bedtime too, Scott. I'm going to be wrapping it up shortly.
Yes.
But because of the way the Earth is, we don't see as many of those craters. Now, I do have a picture of one of those craters, and I'm going to skip out of presentation mode and go, there's that crater right there. I got a chance finally to see Meteor Crater, and if it wants to load, we can see it up close. Let's just do that. Okay, it did load. And there's Meteor Crater. This is history. The impactor came from this side, slammed right into this part of Arizona, left this huge crater, which when I saw it for real, I realized you could fit, you see it in pictures and you think, I wonder how big it is compared to Michigan Stadium or your favorite large arena. I'm pretty sure you can fit, I'll go look it up in Google, but it's definitely more than one of your arena. Probably about 100 of those arenas could fit in Meteor Crater. And if you were standing around at the time that this thing hit, you would not be standing around. You'd pretty much be vaporized.
Oh yeah.
So
From far away.
seeing things happen in history, when you're told the direction that the meteor came from, you look up into that direction and you kind of imagine how that whole scene went down. The best thing to do is to not be around when that happens. So let's finish. So some of the slides here. This is an interesting one. I'm a member of University Lowbrow Astronomers as well as a few other clubs. This Francis C. McMath telescope. This is a picture of it early at the McMath-Hilbert Observatory. That observatory is no longer active, and I'm not even sure it's standing. It was no longer being used by the club that was meeting there. But this particular telescope has been refitted from a solar to a night scope, and the University Lowbrow astronomers use this telescope. It's one of the more underrated. We just had a great talk about Mount Wilson and that very famous telescope that was built there. This one was an unsung hero in that it was built. I think some of the McMath scopes built. One of them, I think, went to Mount Wilson. Scott, if you may have to correct me, or Tom is still there. I believe something did move. Maybe it was Kitt Peak Observatory where some of the instruments that were built in the McMath Observatory ended up getting transported to either Kitt Peak or I don't think it was Mount Wilson now that I think of it. I think it was Kitt Peak. And that's something that's homework for me and for those of you out there listening, or talk to a lowbrow astronomer, because we have a few club members that know the history of this telescope. I've operated this 24-inch telescope, and you get some great views of the night sky. It's been converted to look at the night sky, and this image that I took at our observatory here, we have this same telescope now outfitted for night sky work, looking at something. And from the angle, this may have been towards Saturn at the time. Saturn's been over near this quadrant for a while, and we like pointing at Saturn with this telescope. So more history to discuss. The comets, anytime the comets come in, they bring their past with them. And you're seeing there's many theories, many thoughts that it was these things that brought the water to planet Earth by bombarding it. And with many of the comets, asteroids, things that brought the water over that period of the Great Bombardment. Nowadays, we don't want any of these comets to bombard us. We're content to see them in the night sky and see their beauty. Now, this was Comet Tsuchinshan, which not the most recent comet. Maxie imaged the most recent comet to visit us, another Comet Atlas. So you saw Maxie's presentation. You saw the next comet in line after this one that ended up being bright. It was mostly a southern hemisphere object. So those of us here in the States did not get to see it. So finally, we talk about building a time machine in the movies, and you could go back into time and see things that happened. Um, there are ways using the night sky as your guide and going to places that preserve the past. You can essentially recreate a scene from the past by just looking up. And these stars that have been there for so long, this galactic center likely would not have changed much from the time that these tracks were laid down. I'm pretty sure I discussed at the last Global Star Party how if you really did go back in time to when these tracks were laid down, you either better have a huge defense kit on you or snap your fingers and say it's no place like home, because you wouldn't want to deal with these animals in real life. Hunters, they probably wouldn't want to deal with us either. There's some other speculation that we as our current Homo sapiens out in our current state would likely wipe all the dinosaurs out, but there's a lot of speculation. These are us, and these tracks are separated by 150 million years. It's fascinating enough to see and maybe imagine what the Allosaur was doing. I'd read somewhere that it may have had a limp because of the way the tracks were spaced. So not only do we look in our past when we go to places that preserve the past, every single night you look up in the night sky, you're looking at a well-preserved past. And with these images that I'm just sort of scrolling through are images that highlight areas of my past, including the time I saw the full moon rise at Yankee Stadium, this meteor, this comet, Neowise, light pillars, and then all the way to seeing the Milky Way, seeing aurora, seeing the zodiacal light, and then seeing it again. First trip I go to Okie-Tex, seeing the Cygnus region like I'd never seen it before, being able to capture nebula on this side of the Milky Way in a not so dark location, catching Earthshine here, catching sky glow. This was 22, and there was a lot of sky glow on this night, reenacting my viewing of the Milky Way, doing weddings, and then having the aurora crash the wedding. So we take the picture of it. And here we're back seeing the Milky Way once again at Okie-Tex. This is a wistfully historical picture because this is the front yard of my priest who had passed away earlier last year in 2024. I'd go to his cabin and take pictures often. So this picture of Cygnus, it was an unusually dark night, pretty transparent, and I was very happy with the results I got on that one. Another lunar eclipse is coming. I'll use this image to let people know which day in March is it, Scott. Is it I think it's the 16th of March that you'll get your chance to take this picture. I don't know if the moon will be near Uranus, which is where this is pointing, but there will be another. If you're in the Americas, you will get to see a total lunar eclipse in March. So we'll get another shot at taking this picture. Now, this was a transit of 13th and 14th. Thank you for that correction. Plan for the 13th and 14th. So it's another late night, early morning eclipse. This one was a very early morning eclipse. This was as the sun was rising, the eclipse was finally ending. Here you have the transit of Mars in 22. We, of course, had another one in 24, as well as the planetary. We had a planetary alignment in 22 as well. The picture isn't here. Anytime I get a chance to take a picture in transparent skies where you can see this bulge of the Milky Way starting to show up, I take pictures. There's a night bow storm, Milky Way emerging through. We're going to get to that picture. This is Cleveland. So I took this because light pollution really can do a number. You see that picture of Orion at a dark sky, you see all of this. In Point Pelee in Canada, you see Cleveland. The light dome of Cleveland is fantastic. It is, you can see just how big a city it is. The star Sirius barely shines through the giant light dome of Cleveland, Ohio. This, of course, the total solar eclipse. Maxie, my total solar eclipse picture is not as good as yours, I admit, but I still did get some prominences. It was still a wonderful sight to see, and it was my second time. This picture is what happens when the auroral curtain is so close to you, it shines a light, and you think it's a flashlight, but you turn around and look up, and it's the aurora itself. It was that bright. And that is the picture I captured from that moment. And then there was more aurora on May 10th. This, of course, is the meteor, finally getting to see it. This smudgy picture is Omega Centauri. I finally got to see that. This picture is the Southern Cross that David got to see. I always include it because that's what started me in this entire journey of night sky imaging. We had more aurora, and this was the first time I saw what was known as a SAR. It's I can never remember the initials for it. I think auroral is the A part. What it is it's not, you don't see this naked eye, but a camera, of course, picks it up. And it's a different phenomenon from Steve, which I believe Alan Dyer is credited for being first to image. It's not quite a Steve. Steve comes with a different color and forms in a different region. SARs tend to form closer to the actual aurora, and then they stretch all the way across the sky. In this condensed image, you see it stretched all the way to the south where the Milky Way was. This is the galactic center. So this it stretched quite a ways. And the Perseids, you may not be able to see it at home or on your smartphone. There's a little meteor in there.
Yeah.
There's comet Sutchin and the thin crescent
Nice.
waning moon.
Nice.
That was, I wanted that image. The story behind it really quickly is a friend and fellow astronomer of mine was observing this comet. We got up at 6. We got out here. I started taking pictures, didn't see it, looked at the picture and saw the comet was there, said it's out there. He got it on his portable and he looked at that comet and observed it. We were there for about an hour before the sunlight finally overtook it. It was a wonderful time, and I still have yet to write about that. But that's one of the images that commemorates that. This, this image, Scott, we were talking about Capulin. We caught a meteor while on Capulin volcano and all the other peaks over here to the south. But we remember seeing this at my last trip to the New Mexico, Oklahoma area. And I also saw this bright light. I took a picture just to remind myself of how quickly we can lose even our remote night skies if we're not careful with what we do with our bright lights. Even though this is a red light, it's excessive. And it just reminds us not to give up. Last few images, there's the image of the Allosaurus that I love. This was another rock formation image. It was fun playing around with composition with the Milky Way with this. We had another auroral outburst in October. I managed to catch some of the Cygnus region poking through it over this landscape here, which normally has a lot of light pollution, but the aurora got intense again and overpowered the light pollution in this area. When it's those of you that want to see the northern lights, if we get any more outbursts before the sun leaves its solar maximum, There will be no mistaking it when it is a big outburst. You will get to see it, and there will be, you know, the colors do show up. They are a little fainter than the camera can pick up, but there's pulsing. You see the light flowing, and any picture that you take, you pretty much capture, you know, shimmering. There's a comet. This was the sun on my birthday. I made it a historical marker with the sunspots going. And then the last long image I've taken was in December of 24, which I had showed during the presentation. That was an awful long presentation, Scott. We got to move on. We've got some
We gotta move
special
on. Yeah,
guests
that's right.
that want to
Adrian,
share
thank
their
you. Thank you so much.
astrophotography. So
Yeah.
I will stop sharing.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott,
All right.
Cesar, Maxie. Good to see you
Yep.
again. I'm heading to bed. Well, take care, and I will be watching later to see how the other presentation went out. I'm interested to see even more beautiful
Yes.
astrophotography is coming up. And Cesar, it is your turn to wow the crowd.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you,
There's
Adrian.
that comment.
Wow, it's a
Yeah.
beautiful shot of the comet there, Cesar.
Yes, in the city, but it's really something that I told to the people that I don't know if you can see some wheeling in the picture. Later, I can show you the complete picture, but looks like open wide
Yeah.
in the sky, but it's not because it's with a 100 millimeters objective, and you have a small zone, very invisible comet without the nucleo, and but it was much better than another comets that the media say, oh, the comet of the century and nothing. But of course, that this comet Atlas in the
Nice
area
comet.
where
Very
yes,
nice.
where Maxi live, you can watch at maybe a little single view or binoculars, but of course that you know the opportunity to take this picture in the sunset was great. In the city from the rooftop was great. It's not easy, but something that I told to the people that no, you don't lose the comet. The comet was practically impossible to see to the naked eye, really. And
I see. But for
yeah,
photography, it looks very nice.
sure. And okay, and tonight I presenting the history of the last years in the recovering restoration of the San Miguel Solar Physics Observatory. And let me share the screen. The typical problem of our let me
Yeah, for those of you that are just watching this and don't know Caesars, he is works at Optica Sirocco in Buenos Aires and in
Thank you.
Argentina, and he often goes to Patagonia and to do astronomy with his friends in super dark skies out there. So, and you know, Caesar's taken us to eclipses. He's taken us to learn more about the historic aspects of astronomy in Argentina. So it's very cool.
Well, I'll start presenting this. Let me check if oh, presentation. You can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, well. Perfect. Okay, the first thing is that we started to go in 2019 July to in the first visit that we made was to know the opportunity for the government of of San Miguel to have to be the owner of this area, and we say them that yes, it was an excellent opportunity. They started to make the all legal things to be to make the change from the Space Force to San Miguel government, or that San Miguel is a city around Buenos Aires, in the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires, and it's a government that it's his mayor was interested, the mayor of San Miguel was interested in recovering and owning the observatory and work and recovery the all things about the solar spectrum, the telescopes. Me and Santiago Mayesi, we went with these guys of the government to work the area, and we found things like these mirrors, the 12 inches mirror from the solar spectrometer tower, and actually is the first thing that we are going to repair, to restore. Here it's me and the Secretary of Education from the San Miguel mayor cities, the government. Well, here more pictures of the dome and one of the mirrors. This is the first visit where we visited the things if not before, they was, but the all things was banalized, was destroyed. The things now are really words. You can see later in another pictures in our second visit. But this is the window.
This is how you found it. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yes, it is how we found. Yes, we found
It
it.
just seems a shame that something such as this could be
totally
neglected for so long, you know?
Yes, fortunately, despite the disaster, we can do it. We can recover a lot of pieces and very different things. But in our first reconnaissance, we found this in a so state, but no disaster. This is the vacuum pump.
Mm-hmm.
This is the size telescope.
Wow.
Yes, 10 inches size refractor.
10-inch Zeiss refractor. What an
Yeah.
amazing instrument.
Yes, beautiful. You can see the complete equatorial mount, and later you can see how TIFF vandalized rubber and kit parts of the instruments. Especially all this part was rubber, was vandalized and quit. The entire back focus, this was totally out, disappear. Yeah, because this dome is crossing the street, and in that moment, they don't have a security perimeter. This is the Lyot hydrogen alpha telescope, hydrogen alpha telescope.
Wow.
Yes, we can do it something with this. We are today. Was great that you told me, Scott. Why don't present again San Miguel Observatory?
Yeah.
It was a great casualty, great moment, because today we was talking with the director, that is Santiago Mayese. With Santiago, we planning today like a schedule of recovering different, restoring and recovering the different things along the year, this year. And it's a great moment to start to make this historic observatory in something working each time more with the people. Well, in our second visit, we found priceless instruments vandalized and pieces stolen. Look the difference between the first picture and now, how we found in 2020 the things comparing with 19. In 1 year that we could return, we found a disaster. But we never say, okay, we don't be interested now. No, of course that now we have 3 times more works and cost and money to spend in this.
Sure.
Look that. Well, the first thing that when we return, we take the all priceless instruments like this. You can see the. I don't know if you can see my arrow showing
Yes,
the.
we can see.
Okay, and this is this filter wheel, the electric filter, all destroyed. We need to change this. Of course, that is a disaster. Look that, with pigeons.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of works. This is the bookstore, but it's really, look at how they install the parts. The back focus is empty now. The objective, fortunately, is complete. We found complete the objective. And they stole a lot of pieces of bronze to sell only. To sell, yes, only is by few pesos, nothing.
Right.
Destroy the electric filter. This is a view. Now is totally different because every day they cut the grass, the mantenimiento in English is, well, every day they keep the things totally different. But this is the the worst time for the observatory before we start to go every day. Look, that this is a very complicated machine from the 70s or 60s.
Yes.
It's impossible to understand everything that the money. This is another telescope like a Dobsonian telescope, but with a precise mechanism. Maybe it's a 16 inches telescope. This is we told many times, this is another telescope, and this is the Obsidiana filter. It's a solar Gustav Huygens telescope from the end of the 19th century. This telescope works completely now. We recover and restore it, and we make new parts in bronze to put new size eyepieces for 1/4 inches, 2 inches, photographic cameras, modern photographic cameras, and CCD for this telescope. This is a refractor. Herschel, the Herschel wedge for solar. This make the reduce the solar transmutation. So this is another filter wheel. We recover a lot of different instruments. In April 2021, we were able to visit the city permanently and began to restore the 1890 150 millimeters Gustav refractor that we use, has an obsidian solar filter and a second 100 millimeter telescope with a photographic plate holder. This is very interesting because we found in this moment with spider webs, totally advanced. And now actually we use this telescope a lot for the public. It's me. The first day that I started to use a reflex camera, it was the first time in a lot of years to use something digital instrument inside 100-year telescopes.
Right.
This is the first time. And this is the plate holder for photographic. And this is very interesting because it's all actually is working.
Oh, that's cool.
We are talking. Maybe this year we are taking pictures with people from the Amigos de la Astronomía in Buenos Aires that they made their own photographic plates like 100 years ago.
You're right.
We are interested in use. Look at that, the Canon T-ring in the telescope.
Right.
All that now it's like
Old and new.
it's in the
Old
same.
and new.
Yeah,
Yes.
we are using all time this for visit of public or take pictures of the sun. Our idea is take a picture by day and put in the website that we are working in the website on connecting with a live view of the sun every day. Well, we decided remove the size objective. Look the size of this size
Wow.
objective refractor.
Oh yeah.
We work a lot with Santiago Mayese entire
Just make sure
day
you get in
to
there and clean
remove
it up. Yeah.
100 years screw, and was a very how do you say very delicate work.
Yes.
We found nest of well, I don't remember this thing, not the beast, the another one inside the tube. Well, a lot of disasters. Here in Santiago Mayese, after removing, and I took the picture because we really was happy to remove the and keep the objective. Here's a picture outside the tube. Now we keep the objective, and as we are in this area total security, we are going to assemble again this telescope. Look that car size, the number, look the size of 254 centimeters, 10 inches.
Gosh.
Yeah. Yes, a chromatic
Can be
is
restored.
yes, when you took it in your hands, it's that very big thing. Yes. And well, the first time where Santiago and Agustin Mayes and me, we went to recover the area. Santiago every day start to work in all things. And fortunately, the government of San Miguel started to, cut the grass and well, prepare everything to start in 22. His Rusansky, that is a genius of, and he worked in the old time of the observatory in the 60s and 70s. And look that, it was in the time of pandemic, the pandemic time. We started to receive people in an open area to, this is the collection of meteoritos of Jorge, and we started to make visit for the people, to the public visits in 2021, 22, and actually this is the same time. Actually, we still make this with telescope. Well,
Nice.
yes. This is the last news. Nicolas Balbi is the director of the museum, museum of the observatory, and Santiago, Nicolas, part of the people, Nicolas was working, recovering the photographic plates of the sun. And it's very important because it's working for to have more than 5,000 photographic solar plates. This is very interesting, and they told to the NASA because it's very interesting in the time that they have this very important collection of solar plates, maybe 40 years ago or more. It's very interesting because it's recovering all solar image of the sun and have a very important, scientific value, of course, because all that is recovering, this is part of the work, how they can will the solar, yes, the solar, the solar, the sunspot image from maybe, I don't know, 1950, and they Nicolás, Santiago Mayes, Nicolás Falvi, Santiago Mayese, are there working in this project of recovering all solar pictures. Well, this is maybe you know to Maxi and Nico and me in the observatory.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
The observatory is very important because it's a point of now we are working with Santiago and the team, Agustin. We are working to receive more people to be a metropolitan point of to meet the people that is interested in astronomy, and the idea is in every opportunity. Next time is the March 8th, Saturday. We are going to make more meetings, reunions, star parties, work. You know that if you invite to the people, to the kids, make more things, you are going to work more with the things, recover and restoring the equipment. And this is the idea. Actually, is the best way that we have for this. Well, this is my entire presentation. And
thank you, Cesar.
oh,
Thank
it's
you.
a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Well,
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm so glad to see that someone is protecting that equipment and trying to restore it in the best way that you know how. So,
sure, can be sometimes when I show this picture, can be like something depressing, but it's
a
not
little
a
bit.
problem.
I mean,
All
as
the
an
things,
astronomer, you feel some pain seeing equipment like that.
Sure, I know, but I say to the people, okay, we know that this is a destroyer, but it's totally recoverable. It's possible to restore, to put in work again. We are going for example, with the Gustav Haydn telescope, we found it like with not so destroyed like a size telescope, but we start to make the parts, and you have a telescope that now you can put your reflex camera, your CCD, you can make a tracking with a system that is totally 150 years ago with the clock system for tracking. And the people know a lot that how astronomy was in the 19th century. And the telescope is totally usable.
There's got to be some pride too in that, to restore these scientific instruments and to give inspiration and joy to people.
Absolutely. And the work of the museum inside the observatory that is working, Nicolás Balvin's in this line of work, is amazing because you are having the register of all sunspots. Maybe, for example, you have a sunspot taken in, I don't know, maybe in 1936, for example, because the register of this is a piece of invaluable piece of history.
Yes. Well, I wish you all the luck. So thank you so much, Cesar. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks by inviting me, Scott. It was a pleasure to talk today.
It's late there. What time is it now?
2:30 a.m. in the morning. Yes.
Okay. All right. So sorry for keeping you up so late. All
No
right.
problem. No
No
problem.
problem, huh? That's great. Thank you,
It's a
Cesar.
pleasure. Really, it's
Thank
a
you.
pleasure. If
Thank
not,
you. All right.
I'm
Good
here
night.
because it's a pleasure. Really, good
Good
night.
night. Yeah. Okay. Our last speakers are Natalie and Mark Jones, and they are a very special couple that were inspired to build something called the Planetarium Treehouse. Now, we've talked a little bit about astrotourism, and and I've been to this place. I think it's very inspirational. But I'm going to let Natalie and Mark Jones talk about this and maybe inspire you to take the trip to Arkansas to stay the weekend in this very special spot.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
I'm sorry it's late, guys, and we had a very long global star party, but it's great to have you in our program tonight.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
Natalie. This is my husband.
Mark.
I have a little presentation that I prepared,
Right.
but
I'll let you guys take it away. Now, I before you starting your presentation, I do want to disclose that I did visit the Planetarium Treehouse. I found it very not only fun and interesting to be there, but I loved the story of how you designed it on like a napkin. And I know that you're going to talk about this is something that you can rent as an Airbnb, but this is really special. This is really cool stuff. So go ahead.
Alrighty, let me switch to sharing screens. Okay, are you seeing the right Google Slides? Okay, great. Hold on, go to the beginning. Okay, so this is a little bit about astrotourism. And so Mark and I are the owners and managers of a little vacation rental called the Planetarium Treehouse. And a little bit about that and about us first is, so we are based in Springdale, Arkansas. We moved here just from California in 2020. And when we first moved here, we were looking at potentially running an Airbnb, and we happened to find our first Airbnb property, which we call Lakeview Haven. It's an A-frame, and it's located in a pretty cool spot that overlooks the lake, which is called Beaver Lake. It's a popular area for boating and fishing and pretty good touristy spot. People come to Arkansas to go to Beaver Lake. So we bought that in 2022 and renovated the inside. And around 2023, well, actually early in 2022, when we were just finishing up renovating the A-frame, we saw a little thing from Airbnb. They were putting out like this contest called the Airbnb OMG Fund. And we looked into it. Yeah. So the OMG Fund was this thing where Airbnb wanted to promote more of their unique stay categories on their website. And so they opened it up to anyone who maybe had an interesting idea for a very unique stay, what they would put in the OMG category on the website, because it's called OMG because it's just something so weird and wacky that like there's no other way to describe it. Like there's A-frame categories, there's like
one
dome
of these looks
categories.
like a giant camera or something here. So.
Yeah, so I grabbed a few photos of some of the other winners that have completed their unique property just to show the variety of it. But basically, you enter the contest with a really crazy idea of what would probably be a cool stay. And if Airbnb liked you, they would select 100 people around the world and give you $100,000 to go towards building
Wow.
your vision. And so we obviously won with our
And it
idea.
just so happens that we did have an idea before the contest.
Yeah.
I was doodling one day while at work in my office, and on a
Yeah.
post-it note, I actually drew this
I
planetarium
was on a
treehouse.
post-it
I was
note.
thinking,
Yeah.
yeah, on a post-it note, thinking,
Yeah.
what's going to attract guests? What's going to be more than just a place to stay? I want it to be a
Sure.
true experience for
An
people.
experience,
Mhm.
exactly.
And I wanted people to be able to sleep under the stars, but yet still be inside.
Yeah, because the thing about the A-frame, when we bought it, we had extra parcels of land surrounding it.
Okay.
And we're out there at night, and it's like in the forest, and it gets pretty dark out there. And we're
Yeah.
like, this would be a really good place for stargazing. And
Oh,
so that's
yeah.
kind of where the idea of like a planetarium treehouse came in. And treehouse
Mhm.
because it's on a slope. It's not really quite buildable land.
It's amongst the trees, though.
Yeah, it is amongst the
Yeah, the whole
trees.
thing is up on stilts, right? I mean, it's
Yes.
off the ground,
So,
so.
mhm. So, I'll get to like the construction of it and everything, but yeah. So we won this contest. Airbnb gave us $100,000 in like 3 separate phases. We had to prove to them like several things that like we owned actual land that we could build on. We had the correct permits, and like there was no HOA that was going to come after us.
Right.
We had actual engineers and planning going into it, and
Mhm.
so it was our first time building something from the ground up. And the funny thing about this contest is it was, even though there were 100 other people that won, a lot of them, like us, had never constructed anything before in their life. So
Mhm.
I guess the result today, there's still people that haven't even finished their project.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would guess that maybe half are finished, half are still working.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Did they give a
Construct-
timeline to when you should be
Yes.
finished, or they did?
Yeah, they
Okay.
said so they started dispersing the money in December 2022,
Mhm.
and then they said we hope that you finish before August 2023. And we're
Oh,
like, yeah, we could do that. And actually, we ended up finishing construction in November of 2023. So we were a few months
wow.
late, but at least we're not a few
So you're
years
probably
late.
working very hard to get it all done because,
Night and day.
I mean,
Yes.
architecturally, I mean, there's a lot of detail in this,
Yeah,
this
I'm gonna skip
building.
ahead to just the
And we didn't physically build it ourselves. We did partner with Natural State Treehouses. They're a local company based in Arkansas
Okay.
that just focuses solely building tree houses.
Hmm.
But we
yeah.
are the project managers. We manage every sort of utility, water, electrical, everything that goes into
Subcontractors.
subcontracting, everything that goes into
Towards the
a
end,
house.
we were definitely running out of money and
Yeah.
had to put in some of our own labor.
Yes.
Sure.
But yeah, all this on top of like working our full-time jobs as well. That's
A
crazy.
lot of late
Yeah.
nights and nights without sleep as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. So staying up this late is no problem for you.
No, we're used to it.
So yeah, this took us pretty much a whole year to build. I have a little video
Okay.
that goes over
Yeah,
just because I don't want problems with the music. This is a video we posted on Instagram
Uh-huh.
of the build process, like creating the retaining wall for parking, the foundation with the stilts and the deck. Yeah, you can
Mhm.
see the stilts holding it up. And
Wow.
ordering the geodesic dome. So there's 2 domes. There's like a solid dome and a clear dome that you can see.
Right. It's fun to be inside the clear dome. We were in there with binoculars, and it's amazingly just. I mean, you could see the stars really well through it, and in a wide field of view, like a pair of binoculars is just perfect for it. And of course, you have decking around there, so you can get out the scopes and get clear, sharp views of the sky. So I'll have to come back out there with one of the smart telescopes, we have Unistellar, and we have the Vespra, and a little telescope called the Dwarf, and these are all like little computerized telescopes, and we'll have to try it out and see what the results are like from that location. So, but I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
So yes, we did have Scott out there. Scott and Explore Scientific were very generous to provide some Explore Scientific telescopes for our guests to use in the clear observatory dome.
Yes.
And yeah, we filmed a few videos together and did like a little giveaway, which was fun. It's been a pretty fun project, and a lot of people
So the
shared
winner
interest.
of that giveaway, when are they planning to stay?
So I told them, like, let me know whenever what date you pick. And
Yeah.
so I think they're still planning it out. They haven't specifically chosen a date yet. They mentioned it was for their kid's birthday. So I'm assuming that's going to be coming up, and they'll reach out again for that.
Are they local, or are they cross country or something, or?
I think they're in Kansas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not too far away. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, it's a few hour
Yep.
drive, but yeah, that's cool. Wonderful.
And we just so happened, it's funny that we like build this project, because when we were building it, only in the middle of the construction process, we realized that Explore Scientific is also located in Springdale, Arkansas. And that's just a crazy coincidence.
Somebody came into my office and said, Scott, they're building this thing out. Look, there's this planetarium thing out there. And I go, we'll have to one day get together and check it out. So, and I'm glad we did. So it's really fantastic. Folks, I've been there. I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's called the Planetarium Treehouse. You'll find it on Airbnb. I imagine it's probably booked out, but you might want to, if you're into astronomy, into stargazing, even if you're not like a super serious amateur astronomer, but you still love the stars, you're going to want to do this. If you are into the stars, you're going to find it fascinating. And so, it's a great gift to give to any stargazer. And you're going to have a fun and peaceful time out there. So, and when you get, when you're done meditating under the stars out there, you can come over here to Explore Scientific and load up on some gear. So.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to be a super intense astronomer. We get a lot of families taking their small kids there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a
Now, how
pretty-
many people can sleep here?
Okay, so we sleep up to 5 people.
Okay.
There's you can see it in this. There's like the main loft area. So that's the main spot. I don't have it in this photo, but this couch pulls out to another bed that's about queen size. And then there's also a foldable twin mattress that you can take out. And what a lot of people do is they'll just put like the mattress on the floor of our observatory tower and just literally sleep under the stars.
That's cool. That's great. Yeah.
And
I
we
like
call
the
it
little hallway with the spectrum lights and stuff like that. That was kind of cool. Very
that's
inspirational.
we call it like the warp speed hallway, because it's kind of like, when in Star Wars they go like to warp speed or light speed. It kind of looks like that when you're walking through it. And
it does. You're right.
Yep. It's kind of, the hallway is actually what connects
I
these
saw
two
it as like a kind of a spectrum science experiment as I was walking through. I thought it was very well done, so yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So you guys thought about this and pulled it off.
And it's next to the lake. You can kind of see the lake over here in this photo. There's a little balcony, so it's actually a better view, a clearer view if you take the telescopes out to the balcony to like look at some really detailed shots of the stars. I think the clear dome, it's made of polycarbonate, so it's great for like looking out with your like naked eye. There is a little bit of distortion when it comes to using some high-powered telescopes. So
Yeah. But with binoculars, I tested it with binoculars. It still gives a nice view of the stars with binoculars. And, with a pair of like, 8x42s or 7x50s, something like that. I think we used some 56mm binoculars out there. You could see some star clusters. I know that you could see some nebula, and of course you'd be able to spot the Andromeda galaxy through the clear dome. So definitely something you want to try.
And if it's a cloudy day and you happen to book while it's raining or snowing and there's no stars out, we call it the planetarium treehouse because we do have a little projector in this main loft area. You can actually see it on this little nightstand over here. So this has several slides that you can project onto the dome ceiling, and you can, like, this is one of the slides up in this
and
left
you can
corner.
get stars and
Yeah.
effects
So
like that.
we
That's
tell
cool.
people, like, if it's cloudy, just use that.
That's right. Well, it's so peaceful there. I mean, that's the main part to me. I mean, it's inspirational everywhere that you look inside the planetarium treehouse, but it's peaceful, it's quiet. If you need to decompress, okay, and be still inspired by, the universe, this is definitely a place to go, And I'm not being tongue in cheek about this. This is something that if you need some pampering and some wellness and some stillness, this is definitely a place to come to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the observatory tower is a pretty neat place. We actually have these like floor lounge chairs that you can fold out and like pretty much lay on the floor and look up. There is a LED light strip around the dome, but in order to see the stars, like it's pretty cool even just turning off the light strip. Yeah, and just turning off all the lights and being in complete darkness, and you can see out pretty clearly under the dome.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing. We'll revisit the planetarium treehouse here in the future. So thank you very much. And thanks for being on our 166th Global Star Party. We'll have our next Global Star Party in about 2 weeks. You guys are welcome to come on anytime that you want, and until then, keep looking up. So.
And if you want to follow the planetarium treehouse or even like our A-frame Lakeview Haven, you can visit our Instagram and Facebook.
I'll put it here in chat. What is it?
It's Mystic Ozark Adventures.
Mystic Ozark
Adventures.
If I could just type. .com, right?
Yeah, it's a .com as well.
There we go. Yep.
And you can book it on Airbnb and Vrbo, and we are also working on a direct booking website as well. That's coming soon.
Very good. All right. You guys have a good night. Thanks again for staying up so late and doing this.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. And it's a pleasure. I had a little bit of interaction with Mark and Natalie. They're very nice people. And if you stay at the Planetarium Treehouse, you'll really enjoy it. So that's a guarantee. You guys have a good night, and we will be in touch soon. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for hanging in there with us. We've got people watching from all the way out in the Philippines to South America to North America to probably out there somewhere in Europe. You guys all have a great night. If you can, get out under the stars. It's good for you. And again, as my friend Jack Horkheimer always used to say, keep looking up. Take care.